the CBSE has decided that they will conduct 2 term end examinations, that is term 1 and term 2. Now, because we know that due to this COVID situation, last year in the academic session 2021, CBSE as well as ICSE and other boards could not conduct the final board exams. That is why they have to award marks basing on the internal assessment or other examinations that was held by the respective schools, and it was addressed by the CBSE board. So this time, the CBSE board, ICSE board, all the state boards, even if the matriculation board of Odisha, they have decided to conduct 2 exams. Now, as you people are guided by the CBSE exams, so I am telling you, the term 1 examination will be held in November, December 2021. Now, as you know, our schools are situated in different parts of the country, on the top of the hills, or in Jammu Kashmir as well as to Kerala and Gujarat, Orissa, and in few other countries. So the CBSE has given 1 month's time to the respective principals so that they can schedule this term 1 exams. Suppose in foreign countries, in Jammu, Kashmir, in Ladakh, whatever it may be. Now, this examination will be multiple choice type of questions examination. So now the pattern has changed. Previously, there was no multiple choice, more or less, in the CBSE board. And this multiple choice can be of 2 types. Either it may be a case-based multiple choice, or it may be assertion or a reasoning type of multiple choice. So you have to give stress on these 2, case-based or assertion or reasoning-based. So when you teach your students, either online or offline, now you have to adopt this means of teaching so that students will gain and they will practice themselves to appear before the final term 1 exams. Now, in this exams, term 1, the CBSE has assigned 50% of the syllabi in all the subjects, and the test will be of 90 minutes. MCQ type of exams of 90 minutes duration. Now, for these exams, CBSE will prepare the questionnaire and CBSE will send it to the respective principals so that the principals will act accordingly and the examination will be held at your schools accordingly. Now, for these exams, your principal cannot be the superintendent. The board, the CBSE board, will decide one external superintendent. That means some principal of nearby schools as well as the observers. So the CBSE will decide the external superintendent for these exams as well as the observers to conduct these particular exams. Now, this examination will be in OMR sheet. Again, I am telling this MCQ type of examination should be in OMR sheet. That is why I request all the PGTs to conduct the OMR tests in your schools before they appear the final term in exams in November and December. Because students, I think, are not very much aware or acclimatized or accustomed to this OMR sheet, because you know that how the OMR sheet examinations are conducted, how the round is made either in blue pen or in black pen, then it should not touch this thing. So there are many instructions in the OMR sheet exams. So you should practice your students 2 or 3 exams or in false exams, whatever it may be, how to round up or fill up the OMR sheets. Then this OMR sheet exams which is conducted will be evaluated in 2 ways. The first way is the OMR sheet, the scanned copy of the OMR sheet will be prepared by the superintendent or the principal of your college and will be uploaded in the CBSE portal. Again, I am repeating, the scanned copy of the answered OMR sheet is to be scanned and uploaded in the CBSE portal. This is the first way. If not, the second way is that it will be evaluated at the school level as per the scheme of instruction of the CBSE board, and marks obtained will be uploaded by the school on the very day. The date of exams and the date of more or less uploading the marks will be the same. That means if examination is conducted today, by evening or night, it should be uploaded in the CBSE portal. The total marks secured by each and every student in each and every subject. Now let's scan. This mark will contribute to the final overall score of the students in term exams. This is regarding term 1. Now coming to term 2 examination, which will be tentatively held in March-April 2022. Here also, it will cover 50% of the rest syllabi. Here, the examination will be of 2 hours or 120 minutes. Test 1 exams of term 1 is of 90 minutes. Term 2 is of 120 minutes. Now, what are the type of questions that will be asked? Here, there will be 3 types of questions. The first is a case-based or situation-based OMR or MCQ. The second is open-ended examination, like that is conducted in various examinations for offering jobs, just like. Third is short answer or long answer type questions, subjective type questions. First is, again I'm repeating, case-based or situation-based MCQ, open-ended examination, short answer or long answer subjective type examination. That is why this examination will be of 120 minutes. Term 1 90 minutes, but term 2 120 minutes. Now, suppose in the month of March or April 2022, the situation is not favorable or is not conducive for holding offline examination of descriptive type. Again, I am repeating, if in the month of March or April, the situation is not favorable for conducting offline examination, then there is an alternative that in the second term in examination, also it will be MCQ type to be conducted. So if the normal examination pattern of term 2 could not be conducted due to the grave situation of the corona, due to corona, then again that will be cancelled, and in term 2 again 90 minutes MCQ type of questions will be asked in place of descriptive type of offline examination. As this as a second alternative, and the marks obtained by the students, whether in the subjective type, first type consisting of 3 types, or alternatively 90 minutes of MCQ, that will be uploaded in the same day, and it will contribute to the final grade of exams. Now, there are few other type of things regarding first, second, or third that I'm not going to tell. Now, I am going to start the deliberation of today, and today on my left side is Dr. Suresh Padi. He is 1 year senior to me, and both of you are, when I was reading MSc 5th year, he was in MSc 6th year, and he retired as senior reader from BJB College, Bhubaneswar, around 14 years back. I have retired around 13 years back, and he has retired around 14 years back. Now, he is the first speaker in this first session. He will be taking 2 prayers. And as I told you, there is a little change. Now, today the topic, the research person was Pradeep Kumar Mahanti in this session. Now, he is suffering from corona. So as he reported me 2 days back, as he is supporting from Corona. So Suresh Chandra Padi, who used to take the class on 14th September, his normal class was on 14th September. I have requested him to take the class of Pradeep Mahanti, which was scheduled for today. Now, there are two more changes. Now, again, on 14th September, you can note, on 14th September, from 11:15 to 1:15, the research person is changed. That is Mrs. Dr. Priyadarshini Rautray. Dr. Priyadarshini Rautray, she will be taking on Unit 7, Chapter 5. Then, as you would find that on 14th morning, the topic will be taken by Dr. Varsha Tripathi. On 14th, 9 to 11, the topic will be taken by Dr. Varsha Tripathi, who is now a reader working in BJP College, Bhubaneswar. And on the same day, from 11:15 to 1:15, it will be taken by Dr. Priyadarshini Rautray, who is a reader in Rajdhani College, Bhubaneswar. Now, I had to make these changes because Dr. Pradeep Kumar Mahanti has got 2 days class, today as well as on 14th. So as he is suffering and he will not be in a position, because I have suffered from Corona and I know what is the agony, because even if after recovering from Corona, you cannot speak for, if it is serious, for 1-2 months. That is why I have changed, completely substituted Pradeep Kumar Mahanti, and in his place, 2 madams, Dr. Varsha Tripathi, reader in BJP College, will be taking the class on 14th September morning, and from 11:15 to 1:15, it is again Dr. Priyadarshini Rautray, reader, Rajdhani College, Bhubaneswar, will be taking the class. Now, I request Dr. Suresh Chandra Padi to start his deliveries. Dr. Suresh Chandra Padi, please. Dr. Padi, please start.
Stand up now.
Anything. Stand up or sitting with sitting.
I think Dr. Das has given enough introduction about the courses, about the types of questions that are to be set, and about me also. So I did not waste any more time on these deliberations. And as for the syllabus that is allotted to me, I am to talk on some common human diseases. In fact, these will be discussed from the examination point of view, 12th class, and from the viewpoint of a student or a teacher, because a teacher is always a student, and not from a doctor's point of view. So these include some aspects of today's talk will include some aspects of pathogens and parasites causing human diseases. Now, before we go to these specified diseases, let us define what is a pathogen. So the word pathogen is taken from the Greek word pathos, meaning suffering. The word pathogen is taken from a Greek word, pathogen is taken from a Greek word, pathos, meaning suffering. But normally we define a pathogen as any organism which causes a disease in another organism. Normally we define pathogen as any organism, we define pathogen as any disease-causing organism. And what is a disease? We know that a disease is a kind of suffering, is a kind of disorder, but then there is a subtle difference between suffering, between a disorder and a disease. A disease results from a pathogen, but a disorder is different from a disease. A disease causes suffering, causes disorder, but all disorders are not diseases. Although all parasites, although all pathogens cause diseases, all pathogens cause disorders, but all disorders are not diseases. For example, any affliction of liver or pancreas or heart or lungs, for example, pneumonia affecting the lungs, is a disease and causes suffering. But suppose we have a broken arm. Suppose we have a broken arm, that is a disorder. That is not a disease. So there is a subtle difference between a disorder and a disease. All diseases cause sufferings, all are disorders, but all disorders, though they cause sufferings, are not diseases. So there is a subtle difference between the two. Next we come to parasites, because ultimately we have to discuss parasites that cause diseases in human beings. So what is a parasite? The parasite word is taken again from a Greek word, parasitos, meaning eating at the table of another. Eating at the table of another. And what is the difference between a pathogen and a parasite? Now, all parasites are not pathogens because all parasites do not cause diseases. Though many of them cause diseases, all parasites, however, do not cause diseases. But all pathogens cause diseases. So there is again a difference between a pathogen and a parasite. While a pathogen tells us or reflects the end result, that is a disease, a parasite or parasitism tells us about the mode of living. So one depicts the end result, pathogen, that is a disease, and the other depicts a mode of living, not necessarily a disease causing one. So that is the difference between a pathogen and a parasite. Now coming to some of the other terms often associated with parasitism. So what is a parasite therefore? A parasite is one, let us clearly define a parasite as an interspecific relationship in which one lives on or inside the body of another organism, deriving all the comforts, food, nutrition, protection, etc. But at the same time, often causes a disease. I emphasize the word often because all parasites do not cause diseases. So while, again, let us go back, a pathogen depicts the effect, whereas a parasite depicts the mode of life. One organism living at the expense of another is a parasite. Now, in relation to parasitism, we also come to discuss commensalism and symbiosis, because these are also two interspecific relationships. Now, what is commensalism? Commensalism is an interspecific relationship in which one derives benefits from another, but certainly doesn't cause a disease. For example, you must have seen in the grass fields, cattle grazing on grass, and on the back of the cattle, you must have observed egrets or birds sitting on their backs. Now the egrets are sitting there for transport, because in the grass there are grasshoppers and other kinds of insects upon which the birds feed. So cattle provides the transport that is necessary for these birds, particularly in those grass fields in which we find these insects on which these birds prey. And also another kind of relationship that is called symbiosis. Now, symbiosis is again an intersocial relationship in which both are benefited, and say mutualism kind of relationship in which both are benefited. For example, you must have seen the bees visiting flowers for nectar. Bees collect nectar, convert it into honey, and utilize it as food. Whereas the flowers, the lotus flower, for example, pollination of the lotus flower also occurs by these bees. So both derive benefits from each other. Now this is a mutualism kind of relationship, interspecific, in which both are benefited. So whenever we discuss parasitism, you also discuss commensalism and symbiosis. Now let us come to some of the examples of parasites. But before we go to these examples, let us discuss what is the difference between a parasite and a saprophyte. Fungi are supposed to be saprophytes. So those organisms which depend on dead organic matter, like these fungi, are called saprophytes, whereas parasites are those we have already discussed. So there is a difference between saprophytes and between a saprophyte and a parasite. Then, coming to this, then let us give some examples of parasites that cause human diseases. Some examples of parasites include, let us say there are 4 kinds of these parasites. Some examples include, these can be viruses, these can be bacteria, these can be fungi also, and these can be larger animals like the ascaris, Wuchereria, and so on. So there can be broadly four kinds of these parasites. Viruses, viruses as subcellular organisms, and organisms which sit on the borders between the living and the non-living. They have a very simple structure. They may or may not contain an envelope, and they contain a genetic material which can be DNA and RNA, and some structural proteins. So these structural proteins and the genetic material, DNA or RNA, comprise the nucleocapsid, and surrounding the nucleocapsid, there may be an envelope. So the viruses have a very simplified structure. They do not have the cellular structures of their own. So whenever they enter the host, they hijack the cellular machinery of the host to synthesize their own proteins, to synthesize their own genetic materials, and to thereby increase their number inside the host cell. So these are, in a way, obligatory intracellular parasites. So these viruses are obligatory intracellular parasites. Then we have the several protozoans as a group which cause diseases. For example, Entamoeba histolytica, Plasmodium vivax, and so on. Entamoeba coli, Entamoeba gingivalis. So a number of protozoans causing diseases which lead parasitic lives. Then we have fungi also. We have many bacteria causing diseases. For example, this E. coli, previously it was harmless, it was a symbiont, but now it is known to cause urinary infection, which is a dreaded disease. So bacteria, so like Salmonella, which causes typhoid fever, which is a pneumococcus, which causes pneumonia. So many bacteria are pathogenic in that they cause diseases. They are disease causing. So parasites can be viruses, can be fungi, can be these protozoans, and also can be larger animals, invertebrates like Fasciola hepatica, Tinea solium, Wuchereria, Bancrofti, and so on. So there are several classes of these parasites, from viruses to larger animals. Then we come to the specific diseases and the parasites that cause these diseases. Coming first of all to malaria. Now, malaria is a dreaded disease caused by several species of Plasmodium, which is a protozoan parasite, sporozoan parasite. And this malaria, the word malaria is a misnomer, because it was first coined from two Italian words, mal and area, meaning bad air. Mal means bad, area means air. So previously it was coined, this word was this malaria was supposed to be from bad air, but now the misnomer no longer is there. It is definitely known to be caused by the disease causing protozoan Plasmodium several species of Plasmodium, Plasmodium vivax, Plasmodium falciparum, Plasmodium ovale, and so on. So we come to them. Now, this malaria was first discovered by Charles Leveran, who studied the human part of the cycle, because this disease, this parasite involves two hosts. Host, I think I have not discussed what is a host. A host is the organism on which the parasite lives, on or inside which the parasite lives, and from which the parasite derives all its benefits. That is called a host. So this Plasmodium is believed to involve two hosts. One is the man, that is the prime, that is called the who is called the primary host, and the other one is the mosquito, female Anopheles mosquito, which is called the secondary host. Now, Charles Leveran discussed the human part of the life cycle of Plasmodium, whereas another scientist, Ronald Ross. Charles Leveran was French and Ronald Ross was English, and Ronald Ross discovered the mosquito part of the life cycle. So this Plasmodium involves two hosts, man, which is who is the primary host, and female Anopheles mosquito, who is the secondary host. Now, apart from this, there can be a reservoir host also. There can be a reservoir host also. Now monkeys are known to be reservoir hosts of malaria. Previously, it was believed that these reservoir hosts do not suffer from malaria. They only are the storehouses of the parasite, and from them the parasite can be transmitted by the secondary host, by the vector, that is the female Anopheles mosquito from monkeys to man. But now it is believed that monkeys also suffer from malaria. Anyway, so there can be reservoir hosts apart from primary and the secondary hosts. Now, next, since our approach will be short answer type discussion, our discussion will be short answer type as well as multiple choice type. So another short answer question can be asked on the different types of malaria and what is the basis of their difference. The different types of malaria are caused by the different species. One is the Plasmodium vivax, in which fever, malarial fever, caused due to the release of these hemojoin globules and merozoites shortly come to them. So the disease recurs every third day, and then there is also the Plasmodium falciparum. The most dreaded form is that causes cerebral malaria, in which brain and ultimately death results, coma and death result. So this Plasmodium falciparum is the most dreaded form of malarial disease, and in which fever returns every second day. So then we have Plasmodium ovale, and there is also Plasmodium ovale. There is also in which fever returns every third or fourth day. Then we have the cotton malaria or quotidian malaria, in which there is so there are different species of malaria. Plasmodium vivax, the least virulent type, Plasmodium falciparum that causes the cerebral malaria, Plasmodium ovale, Plasmodium ovale, and there is also the Plasmodium Plasmodium malariae. So there are 4 different species of Plasmodium which cause different types of malaria. The differences lie in the return of the malarial fever, in the virulence, etc. Now, next we come to briefly what is the infective stage? What is the infective stage of the malarial parasite? Now, the malarial parasite, the infective stage is called sporozoite. So, how these sporozoites reach the human body? Now, that is the work of the vector of the transmitting agent, that is the female Anopheles mosquito. So, the female Anopheles mosquito contains these infective stages, the sporozoites. When the mosquito bites a healthy human being, thousands of these sporozoites are liberated into the bloodstream of man. From the bloodstream, they disappear from the bloodstream and go to liver. I think all of these you know. And there, the schizogony, that means the hepatic part of the schizogony occurs in the liver cells. They enter into liver cells, hepatic cells, increase in size, then divide and liberate more daughter plasmodia that can be called the merozoites, and from there they from the liver, then they go to the red blood cells, but 1 or 2 cycles they carry out in the liver. One is called the pre-erythrocytic, the other is called the exoerythrocytic. So after all these types of hepatic schizogony, now schizogony, the word is taken from the schizon. The large size of the plasmodium is called a large body is called a schizon. So the schizon, first of all, a large body is formed, then the large body divides along with the nucleus into several smaller daughter. They are called merozoites, and this is schizogony. That means division of a large body of schizon is schizogony. So the schizogony first of all occurs in the liver. Next, the RBCs are infected. Then the RBC part, erythrocytic schizogony, that is called. You know all this. So erythrocytic schizogony then occurs. These merozoites enter into RBCs, and inside them they again assume a large size. Again they divide into smaller daughter plasmodia. So all the purpose of this schizogony, whether it occurs inside the liver cells or inside the erythrocytes, is to increase in number.
And dear colleagues, now I want to give 5 minutes. I want to speak. Then Dr. Padi will be speaking. Now, Sir Bartman, he told you regarding host, parasite, commensalism, symbiosis, all this type of thing. Now, I have got a question. Sanatana, I have got a question to all of you. Please, can you tell me this thing that semantic mosa kotha now मु जो क्वेश्चन बर्तन आपण मान को कहूची आपण माने आपण को सेट रे अनम्यूट करी करी मते तो आंसर ता देबे क्वेश्चन हैला मने करंतु आपण मानकर भाउज किंबा बड़ भौणी कि जने प्रेग्नेंट तेणु आपण को बड़ भाउज हो बा भौणी बड़ भौणी हो जे कि प्रेग्नेंट so she is carrying a child in her womb now as the child completely depends on the mother for all type of things till he or she is born छुआ जन्म होला पर्यंत मार गर्भाशय रे तार डेवलपमेंट होता है एवं माठू से खाद्य नबाठू आरंभ करी रेस्पिरेशन सर्कुलेशन एक्सक्रीशन सबू से प्लासेंटा थ्रू रे से करू थाए ना मोर क्वेश्चन आपण मान को हला जे ए जो माँ समस्त कहती माँ छुआ मार टिके क्षति करे से समय रे दैट समस्त कहती एवं दैट इज आल्सो a little bit true मोर क्वेश्चन हला ए जो छुआटी माँ पे गर्भाशय रे बढ़ुची ए जो माँ और बढ़ुथिबा छुआर रिलेशनशिप को हमें कौन कहबा parasitism symbiosis commensalism antagonism neutralism कौन कहबा this is my question to all of you please you answer what is this type of relationship can be termed or called I don't find Begum Banerjee, Abhinash Man, Ranjan Kumar, Subhasmita, all those. Why you people are not seeing on the what is this relationship can be called as? मु जो प्रश्न पचारिली तार रिलेशनशिप की हमें कौन कहबा because we are dealing regarding the diseases and all the type of things etc. What is this type of relationship can be termed as? Any of you? Kuntu, Gulo, let us discuss. यही प्रकार रिलेशनशिप की हमें कौन कहबा आपन का सेट को म्यूट करी मत आंसर दियंतु you mute your
sir is it
yes, again?
commensalism sir
commensalism yes how के कौन कहउछंती
yes sir commensalism
commensalism
yes
okay
sir
any other Subhasmita you are going out of the camera yes Abhinash sir कौन कहबा रिलेशन सुबस्मिता कौन व्हाट इज दिस रिलेशनशिप कॉल्ड अरे तुम तो भूल है के बेको काटू नहीं कौन अछि
commensalism
commensalism हाउ के कौन कहउछंती अन्य सर माने कि मैडम माने यस
Commensalism.
कौन तो commensalism okay any other any sir or madam नहीं मु जेते टर्म कहली या भितरु कौन सी टर्म एठी यूज करा जाई पारिबो नाही काहे कि ना एतक जेतक टर्म पैरासाइटिज्म symbiosis commensalism antagonism neutralism ja bhi hala this is a relationship between two different species ए जो जेतक टर्म कहली एगुड़ा का दीटा डिफरेंट स्पेसीज रा रिलेशनशिप की कहा जाए एठी माँ इज होमो सैपियंस जे छुआ हबो सी और ही इज आल्सो होमो सैपियंस माँ पेटरू हाथी छुआ कि घोड़ा छुआ कि बाघ छुआ जन्म हबार नाही तेणु माँ इज आल्सो होमो सैपियंस छुआ इज आल्सो होमो सैपियंस तेणु एतक जेतक टर्म मु कहली एई सब टर्म किछि एठी अप्लाई हे परिबो नाही because this is a relationship between same species जेतक term कहली that is a relationship between two different species. Okay, so this is how you find one thing. Now you know that another question to all of you. Now malaria ho, filaria ho, बा एडिस के जो हमारा डेंगू हो ए जेतक रोग सबु कौन सी मशा द्वारा सृष्टि होता है. Different type of mosquitoes are involved in causing the disease malaria, filaria, and dengue or anything like that. Now, do you know which gender or which one, whether it is a male or female, that
Female.
causes this disease? Malaria,
Female.
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 Filaria, female.
Female. Female.
Dengue,
Female. Female.
then why the male is not creating disease? Why only the female is creating disease? जेतेबेले हमको कौन सी मशा बाइट करे सेतेबेले कौन केवल फीमेल मशा हमको बाइट करे, मेल मशा बाइट करे नहीं, मेल मशा भी बाइट करे. तबे मेल मशा द्वारा कहीं की रोग संक्रमित हो नहीं, फीमेल द्वारा कहीं की होउची. This is my question to all of you. Why? Because एटा पिला माने आपन पछाड़ परंतु फ्यूचर केतरे
सर मेल रो डाइजेस्टिव ट्रैक्ट रे प्लाज्मोडियम वायरस न थांदी.
जाउ तरे यस कोन
Sir, male-
सर
मेल रो डाइजेस्टिव ट्रैक्ट रे फीमेल प्लाज्मोडियम वायरस न थांदी. रुवंती.
No. Any other person? How के कौन कहबे? बेगम बनाचे प्लीज स्पीक. बनाचे मैडम कौन आपन आंसर कौन तो आपन का साइड को म्यूट करके अनम्यूट करके कौन तो
सर अनम्यूट
आपन का उत्तर कौन यस कौन तो
सर मु भाबुची जे सर फीमेल को एग प्रोडक्शन पे बोधे न्यूट्रिशन अधिक दरकार बोली से
नहीं सुबह सुंदर मैडम चुप आज कौन मौन होता की
ना
कौन तो
सर से जो
व्हाट कैन बी द आंसर
आगे सर
I can listen to me. ଆମକୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମଶା କାମୁଡୁଛି
सर
मेल फीमेल ସମସ୍ତେ କାମୁଡୁଛନ୍ତି. ସେ ମ୍ୟାଲେରିଆ ପାଇଁ ହଉ କି ଫାଇଲେରିଆ ପାଇଁ ହଉ କି ଡେଙ୍ଗୁ ପାଇଁ ଯାଉ.
सर मेल
ଯେତେବେଳେ ମଶା
मस्किटो रो ब्लड सकिंग माउथ पार्ट्स न थाए.
କାମୁଡୁଛି when the mosquito is biting us, now at the beginning it delivers or injects some fluid into our body. से fluid रे हुए तो कौन सी रोगर वेक्टर थाई पारंती न थाई पारंती. जदि गोटे रोगाक्रांत लोक को कामुड़ी किरी तापर हमको कामुड़ीला तेबे से रोगाक्रांत रु जो जर्म से रिसीव करथिबो ताको प्रथम हम बॉडी की छाड़ एवं आम बॉडी रो किछि शॉक करी किरी से न ना जेते बेले आम बॉडी रो आमे रोगाक्रांत हेई थाउ बा रोगाक्रांत हेई न थाउ जेते बेले से आम बॉडी रो शॉक करी नेला मने करंतु वी आर डिजीज हमको रोग हेई तेनो से जो शॉक करे आम बॉडी रो फ्लूइड नेला ता भितरे से रोगर जर्म अछि ना मशार वोकल कैविटी पार्टी भीतर को से जो जर्म गला तार स्टोमक रे कोन हला वोकल कैविटी के स्टोमक केतरो गला तार हमर जेमते सलाइवरी फ्लूइड अछि मशार भी सेमते सलाइवा लाइक फ्लूइड इज देयर. आई डोंट टेल सलाइवा ना हमर जेमते सलाइवरी फ्लूइड इज देयर containing salivary amylase सेमते तार किछि गोटे सलाइवा लाइक परिका गोटे फ्लूइड अछि जो फ्लूइड रे कहो कोन करूची से फ्लूइड जदि से मेल मशा साधरे रोग सृष्टि करूथिबा जर्म को से फ्लूइड नष्ट कर दउची किंतु फीमेल मशा रे से फ्लूइड की से जर्म नष्ट जर्म गुडा को नष्ट करि पारु. तेनु male ର buccal cavity ଭିତରେ the disease causing germ is destroyed by the saliva like fluid, whereas in female that is not destroyed in saliva like fluid. That is why the females are the disease causing in all cases, whether it is malaria, filaria, dengue. Say sakase, female they cause the disease. Male they cannot, because the germs causing disease are destroyed in the buccal cavity of the male mosquitoes. Thank you very much. Now I am again requesting Dr. Padi to take over. Please, Dr. Padi. Upon start with
I think I can add another point to what Dr. Das said regarding why the question why the female Anopheles mosquito only transmits the disease, why not the male? As far as I know, there is another aspect also. There is a difference in the diet between the male and the female. Males generally depend upon the plant shapes of plants, the juice that is there in the plant body, not on blood. So males, therefore, because they depend upon the plant shape for food, and females depend upon the blood of an animal, the females, while sucking blood, transmits the organism, disease-causing organism. That can be another point which you can consider as to why the female and why not the male transmits the disease, because there is a difference in the type of diet, the type of food that these mosquitoes depend upon. So after these two kinds of schizogony, the liver schizogony and the erythrocytic schizogony, a very large number of daughter plasmodia are released into the blood, the merozoites as they are called. So these merozoites, every time a batch of merozoites is released from the erythrocytes, first there is liver schizogony, then there is erythrocytic schizogony. So every time a batch of merozoites are released from the erythrocytes into the blood, fever returns. Fever returns because of the toxins, the hemojoin granules, because these parasites depend upon the RBC, the hemoglobin that is present in the RBCs, and hemojoin granules, they are unable to digest the iron part. So these hemojoin granules are released. Every time batch of merozoites are released into the bloodstream, together with these merozoites, these hemojoin granules are also released into the bloodstream, thereby causing the return of the fever. So it depends upon the time period of the erythrocytic schizogony, the fever, whether it should return every third day or every second day, or it should be irregular, or it should occur every day, depends upon the nature of the time taken, not nature, but the time taken by the plasmodium, species of plasmodium to complete one erythrocytic schizogony. So first of all, there is hepatic schizogony, then there is the, then after several rounds of these, there are next part of the cycle, there is the next part of the cycle that is called gamogony. Now in this gamogony, two types of gametocytes are formed, male and female gametocytes female is slightly larger, male is slightly smaller. So some of these merozoites are transformed into these gametocytes, and the formation of the gametocytes marks the beginning of gamogony, or the sexual cycle. So first of all, there is an asexual cycle of the plasmodium occurring in the liver and the erythrocytes. Then there is the sexual part beginning in man, and then when a female Anopheles mosquito again bites a infected human being, then these gametocytes are carried to the body of the mosquito from the stomach. They find their way to the salivary glands. In the meanwhile, the fusion of the male and female gametes has occurred. The zygote is formed. Then this zygote nucleus divides many times, forming the sporozoites. Now, the sporozoites are the infective stages of the malarial parasite. They are somewhat small, narrow, spindle-shaped, so they find their way into the salivary glands. And again, when the female Anopheles mosquito, infected female Anopheles mosquito bites a healthy human being, these are transformed to the body of the human being. So now this part of the life cycle is called formation of sporozoites. It's called sporogony. So you can say that the life cycle consists of three parts: schizogony occurring in liver and erythrocytes. Then there is the gamogony, resulting in the formation of these gametocytes. Then the sporogony, formation of the sporozoites in the body of the mosquito. So while schizogony occurs in the body of man, gamogony occurs partly in man, partly in mosquito, and sporogony takes place in the body of the mosquito. So there can be a question like this, just to assess what is the difference between schizogony and gamogony. I think you can answer that question. And what is the difference between, there can be a question like this, what is the difference between pre-erythrocytic and exoerythrocytic cycle of malarial parasite? Pre-erythrocytic occurs, the first part of the cycle that occurs in the liver cells, and exoerythrocytic, if fresh liver cells are infected, then that can be the second round of increase in number of the merozoites, that can be called the exoerythrocytic cycle. Exo meaning outside. So these pre and exoerythrocytic cycles occur outside erythrocytes. Then there can be a question like this: what are sporozoites? What are trophozoites? What are merozoites? Briefly explain. Now, sporozoites are the infective stages, spindle-shaped, which find their way from the body of the female Anopheles mosquito while biting to the body of the human being. And trophozoite is the large size that a merozoite reaches, say inside an erythrocyte. Tropho meaning the feeding stage. So it can be a large sized body, and that can be also called is schizote. And merozoites are the generation of small daughter plasmodia that are released each time from say schizogony or schizogony in the liver or in the erythrocytes. Now, how can malaria be prevented? I think all of us are aware of the use of, first of all, mosquito, because mosquitoes, female Anopheles mosquito in particular, serves as the transmitting agent. Must first of all inhibit the spread of these mosquitoes by using, dumping, covering all these. We should not allow water to accumulate anywhere around us, because these mosquitoes need an aquatic environment to increase, to lay their eggs and increase their number. So all these sites where water accumulates around our homes should be filled up with sand or soil, so that the mosquitoes cannot lay their eggs. And then we should also use mosquito repellents. Or several kinds of mosquito repellents are in use today, or because of which a mosquito cannot bite. The mosquitoes will be repelled and cannot bite a healthy human being. And there are also several kinds of drugs. The most famous drug is the chloroquine, that is obtained from the bark of the cinchona tree. Artemisinin is another that is a synthetic drug. So several kinds of drugs are now involved, about which all of us are aware. And another question can be, what is pernicious malaria and which organ of the body is affected by it? Pernicious meaning harmful. It is caused by Plasmodium falciparum. And which organ of the body is affected by it? It is the brain, resulting in coma and death. Then we come to dengue. Dengue, the question can be, is dengue bacterial or viral? Who discovered dengue? Now, dengue is a viral disease. Dengue is a viral disease, and dengue was discovered. So it's a viral disease. And who discovered the causative agent? It was Ren Kimura and Hota of Japan. These two Japanese scientists discovered the dengue virus and the dengue fever that it causes. And what kind of virus? We have briefly said about these viruses, how they are intracellular obligatory, means they cannot live outside the cells, so obligatory. But compulsorily, they have to live inside the host cells, because they do not have their own machinery. They have to depend upon the host machinery for increasing their number. So, and it was Kimura and Hota who discovered this dengue virus. And what kind of virus is this? Now, viruses can be of several kinds. Classification of viruses is another topic that is to be discussed perhaps later in relation to maybe HIV. You must have heard of Howard Temin and David Baltimore, the two scientists who were awarded the 1971 Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine, Howard Temin and David Baltimore. And according to Baltimore, viruses can be of 7 different types, depending on the nature of their genetic material, whether it is DNA, whether it is RNA, if it is RNA, whether it is double-stranded RNA, single-stranded RNA, or whether it is positive sense RNA, negative sense RNA, and whether there is a whether they are retroviruses. That means the enzyme that in case of HIV is caused by a retrovirus. So there is an enzyme which allows DNA to be synthesized from RNA. Normally, DNA flow of genetic information occurs from DNA to RNA to protein, but here reverse flow is there from RNA to DNA caused by the enzyme reverse transcriptase. So such viruses are called retroviruses. So several kinds of viruses are classified into several different classes depending upon the nature of the genetic material. And let us remember that all the final intention of all these viruses is to form an mRNA, messenger RNA, that can bring about protein synthesis. And when we say it's a positive sense RNA, that means this positive sense RNA, as in case of dengue or chikungunya, or even in this coronavirus, it's called a positive sense single-stranded positive sense RNA. What does it mean? It means that this the single-stranded RNA can be positive or negative. In this case, it is positive. In case of corona, also it is positive, because that positive sense, single-stranded positive sense RNA can function as mRNA. Directly, it can take part, it can directly bring about the synthesis of the viral proteins. Now, viral proteins can be synthesized, and from this positive sense, another complementary RNA, single-stranded RNA can be formed, that is called the negative strand, and the negative strand can then replicate itself. So viral proteins are formed, viral genetic materials are formed, and together they form the new virus particles. So the dengue virus is therefore a positive sense, single-stranded positive sense virus. Positive sense means it can directly act as a messenger RNA. Now, what are the different types of dengue fever? The different types of dengue fever, subtle differences, but they are caused by different types of dengue viruses. They are called DNNV 1, 2, 3, 4. They are called different serotypes. Different blood types. So all of them cause this dengue disease. The several serotypes have been identified now. And the vectors, what are the vectors of this disease? The vectors are again the female mosquitoes of Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus. Aedes, A-E-D-I-S, Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus. Now these Aedes mosquitoes, you must be careful. They visit during the daytime. They do not visit during the night time. Anopheles comes in the night, but these are day visitors. They come during the day, Aedes mosquitoes, and they act as the vectors of dengue disease. And what is the generalized structure of a dengue virus? The dengue virus has a diameter of about 50 nanometers. It's very small in size, 50 nanometers only, and it's more or less circular, with a nucleocapsid inside, with an envelope, and inside there is the nucleocapsid containing several structural proteins, and inside the nucleocapsid there is the genetic material, that is the single-stranded plus sense RNA. That is the genetic material of dengue. And how does the dengue fever enter the body, human body? Now, when these Aedes mosquitoes bite a healthy human being, these viruses enter into the skin cells, skin cells of the human being. From the skin cells, first they enter into the skin cells, and then from the skin, they go to the blood capillaries in the skin, and then into the general circulation. And what are the symptoms? What are the symptoms of the disease? So dengue is characterized by high fever. There is high fever, there is severe joint pain, and also there is blood hemorrhages, internal bleeding of that means the blood internally. So that is called internal hemorrhage. So in that case, that kind of fever is called the hemorrhagic, dengue hemorrhagic fever. So these are some of the symptoms: high fever, severe joint pain, then these hemorrhages, internal bleedings. And suggest some steps to control the spread of dengue. Usual, it can be first of all endemic, it can be endemic, it can be epidemic. So the steps include controlling the mosquito population, first of all, and there are again several kinds of tests, RT-PCR and other blood tests, antibody tests like IgG and IgM. So these antibody tests, because the viruses release antigens, and against these antigens our body synthesizes antibodies. So we can go for these blood tests and find out whether these dengue relevant antibodies are present in our blood. RT-PCR test also can be done, and we can control. And also nowadays, of course, as a preventive measure, dengue vaccines are available. So we can control, we can undergo these tests, we can control the mosquito population, Aedes mosquito population, and you can take these dengue vaccines. Then we come to chikungunya. After dengue, chikungunya. Chikungunya is another viral disease that is caused by the virus. Again, it's a single-stranded plus sense virus. That means it can bring about direct synthesis of viral proteins, no necessity of the formation of an mRNA. And the word chikungunya was first reported from several African countries like Tanzania, Kenya, but nowadays also in many parts of Southeast Asia, including India, this chikungunya is prevalent. And the vectors are again the same. The vectors are these Aedes mosquitoes, almost structure it is almost circular. So slightly larger than dengue virus, 60 to 70 nanometer wide, and single-stranded plus sense RNA is its genetic material. What are the different types of, what are the different symptoms of dengue and chikungunya? More or less symptoms are same, but in case of chikungunya, there is swelling of joints, there are breathing problems, then there is, while there is internal bleeding in dengue, there is no internal bleeding here, and but here the swelling and pain of joints in the hand, feet, and are seen. And is there a reservoir host of chikungunya? And yes, wild primates, that means primates living in forests, they can be their reservoir hosts, and it can be transmitted from them by these Aedes mosquitoes to man. Another virus that is related to dengue and chikungunya is the Zika virus, ZIKA, Zika virus, because it is so named because it was first reported from Zika forests of Uganda. Uganda is an African country, as you know. So this Zika virus was first reported from the Zika forests of Uganda, and the Zika virus genetic material is almost is like dengue and chikungunya, plus sense single-stranded RNA, and very simple structure like dengue or chikungunya. Zika also has so a nucleocapsid, an envelope, a nucleocapsid, and the genetic material inside. Now this Zika virus, the chikungunya, they are also similar to several other kinds of viruses like Japanese encephalitis. So Japanese encephalitis and West Nile virus. And what are the controlling or preventing measures? Control mosquito population, and then you take viral medicines, of course. So vaccines are now available for Zika, and, but you can take usual antiviral medication, usual methods like use of mask and so on, maintaining social distance, and frequent washing of hands with soap. So these are some of the hygienic measures that we should take in order to prevent the spread of these dengue, chikungunya, Zika, Japanese encephalitis viruses. Then we come to amoebiasis. Another familiar disease is called amoebiasis, results from an infection of Entamoeba histolytica. Entamoeba histolytica is a protozoan endoparasite of man who normally lives in the alimentary canal. It comes to our body through the infected waters, infected and uncooked, properly not washed vegetables, unwashed vegetables. So these are some of the ways in which this Entamoeba histolytica finds its way into the human body. First of all, it reaches the alimentary canal. From the alimentary canal, it can find its way to other organs like the liver, like the liver or the lungs, or even the brain. So now, what are the symptoms of amoebiasis? Which organs in the body are affected by it? Organs affected by it, we have already discussed. First of all, alimentary canal and infection of the or eating of the wall of results in the formation of a lot of mucus. Mucus is a protective formation of mucus is a protective device. So a lot of formation of this mucus is so we suffer from this mucoid dysentery, and apart from these, there will be pain in the liver because liver cells also are infected by it, and lungs, and apart from lungs, these maybe can find their way into the brain cells also. What drugs are normally prescribed? Drugs normally prescribed are, must have heard of this, metronidazole. Metronidazole is a very common drug that is prescribed to control amoebiasis. Now this anti-amoeba, another interesting factor is that this anti-amoeba exists in two main forms inside the alimentary canal. The magna form and the minuta form. The magna form is the large size, the tropozoid form when the anti-amoeba reaches after eating up the contents of the blood cells, the erythrocytes and so on. So it increases in size, attains a very large size that is called, usually that is called a tropozoid. And this tropozoid stage is called the magna stage of anti-amoeba. Then this divides into several smaller, the nucleus divides, then the cytoplasm divides. So binary fission is the mode of division. So several small anti-amoeba are formed. They are called the minuta forms. Now these minuta forms then acquire a cyst around them, and in this encysted form, along with the loose stool, they find their way out to infect our waters, to infect our vegetables, and cysts are formed because the cysts will protect them against the environmental hazards. And when again these encysted forms of the minuta find their way into the human, when the human healthy human being, then these cysts are dissolved in the alimentary canal, and the minuta forms again give rise to the magna form. So this shows that the life cycle of anti-amoeba involves only one host. It is not a digenic parasite like Plasmodium. Plasmodium infected two hosts, man and the female Anopheles mosquito. But this anti-amoeba is monogenetic. That means it involves only man. So the houseflies also can be vectors, but no part of the life cycle occurs in the body of the housefly. The housefly just acts as a transmitting agent. When the housefly sits upon our stools or on these infected plants outside, these find their these houseflies then come to our houses and sit on our foods, so in making these foods infected. And when we eat these infected foods, take these infected foods, we suffer from these minuta forms find their way into the body of the healthy human being. So these houseflies can act as transmitting agent, but no part of the life cycle occurs inside the body of the housefly. So anti-amoeba, therefore, anti-amoeba histolytica is therefore monogenetic, unlike Plasmodium. And another species of anti-amoeba with which we are familiar is anti-amoeba gingivalis. This anti-amoeba gingivalis is found in the gums and in between teeth, and is the cause of the dental disease pyorrhea. So that is anti-amoeba gingivalis. Then we come to ringworm. Ringworm is a misnomer because ringworm infection is not a worm. That's why it's called a misnomer. It's not a worm. This infection is caused by a fungus, Tinea corporis, a fungus. And it is therefore called dermatophytosis. Dermato referring to the skin, of course, because it causes infections in the skin and the underlying blood vessels. And it's also called dermatophytosis. And the causative organism is a fungus. It's called Tinea corporis, T-A-E-N-I-A, Tinea corporis. So This ringworm disease is therefore caused by a fungus, not by a worm. And how is ringworm diagnosed? Diagnosis of ringworm is very easy. It should be visible to the naked eyes. If not, if you put light on that area of the skin where there is this infection, you will find reddish patches inside, and there is outside there will be light color. So there will be a light color area inside which there is a reddish patch. So from these reddish patches of the skin, you can easily identify. When you put light on these patches will be clearly visible. Treatment options, any antifungal cream can be of use, like cotrimazole can be of use. Next we come to typhoid. Now typhoid is alternatively known as the enteric fever. As we are all aware, typhoid is also alternatively known as the enteric fever, caused by the bacterium Salmonella typhi. Salmonella typhi is the bacterium that causes the bacterial this typhoid fever. And another closely similar type bacterium, Salmonella paratyphi, causes paratyphoid fever. So typhoid and paratyphoid fevers are caused by the bacterium Salmonella typhi or Salmonella paratyphi. And it was discovered by Carl Ebert. So the scientist Carl Ebert discovered the typhoid fever. Carl Ebert. And several organs are infected by the typhoid bacillus. It's a bacillus, means it is rod shaped. So it's called a bacillus. And what kind of bacterium is a bacillus? And which organs are infected? Several organs are infected, like liver, spleen, and muscles, gallbladder, lungs, and kidneys. So several organs are infected by this typhoid bacillus, and the result is a general all-round weakness, and often children are more easily infected by this typhoid fever. And symptoms are high fever, headache, muscle weakness, indigestion, loss of appetite. So several such symptoms can be seen in the body because this typhoid bacterium infects several organs. How is typhoid transmitted? Typhoid bacterium is transmitted. Salmonella bacterium is transmitted by, again, infected foods and waters. Infected food and waters are the main agents by which these bacteria find their way into our bodies. And what steps can be taken to prevent the spread of the typhoid? Naturally, because this is caused by Salmonella typhi or Salmonella paratyphi are caused by bacteria. Antibiotics are often used, like ciprofloxacin. Ciprofloxacin are effective. Azithromycin, ciprofloxacin are useful in controlling or in killing these bacteria. There can be a question, interesting question, like, of course, earlier you should have discussed, what is the difference between amoeba and anti-amoeba? I think we should have discussed earlier this. Amoeba is a free-living protozoan, and anti-amoeba is a parasitic, is an endoparasite of the human body. And differences relate to their modes of life. One is free-living, the other is parasitic. Then we come to pneumonia, another bacterial. Of course, pneumonia is the name of an effect rather than the name of a disease, because there are several kinds of pneumonia caused by different organisms. There is viral pneumonia, there is bacterial pneumonia, there is fungal pneumonia. So several kinds of bacteria, several kinds of organisms can cause pneumonia. Therefore, pneumonia is said to be a condition of the lungs, because it ultimately lungs are infected. So it's a condition, it's rather a condition of the lungs than a disease. Anyway, there are different kinds of pneumonia known. One is this bacterial pneumonia caused by streptococcus bacteria, and there are also viral pneumonia. There is fungal pneumonia, and there is also influenza virus can cause this viral pneumonia. And also there is this atypical pneumonia caused by mycoplasmas, atypical pneumonia. And there is what is known as walking pneumonia, because walking pneumonia, most common in among younger generation, when we pass through an infected area, the air can contain these causative agents like these viruses. So when you walk through an infected area, you can suffer also from pneumonia. So this kind of pneumonia is called walking pneumonia. So there are several kinds of pneumonia. Pneumonia is therefore a sum total of the diseases caused by several bacteria, viruses, fungi, etc. And the effect is same. It infects the lungs. There is collection of fluid in the alveoli. In between the alveoli, fluid collects. So these alveoli cannot contract and expand. The function of the alveoli is to take air from the to take oxygen from the inspired air. So when these alveoli cannot contract and expand, this oxygenation of the blood that flows through these blood vessels in the lung capillary walls cannot take place. So oxygen intake, blood level of oxygen can fall, resulting in overall debilitating condition in the body, because all the organs, they need oxygen to break down to oxidize their foods and to release their energy. So when this is affected, naturally several organs, primarily the lungs, and several others, secondarily several other organs can also be affected. And there can be several medical risk factors. There are environmental and lifestyle factors. environmental and lifestyle factors. They can result from walking pneumonia, for example, can result from environmental causes, can result from lifestyle factors like smoking. Some of us are addicted to smoking, and so smoking also causes this can be a medical risk factor for pneumonia. What are the vaccines for pneumonia? Vaccines are nowadays available. The usual flu vaccine also works. Pneumovax, for example, works to control pneumonia. So vaccines are nowadays available. Diagnostic tests for pneumonia can be this chest X-rays, bronchoscopy, bronchi. So bronchoscopy from bronchi, bronchoscopy. So chest X-rays, pleural fluid in between the two pleural, the lungs have two pleural coverings. And in between these pleural coverings, there is this fluid accumulates, small amount of fluid is there, but this, because of this pneumonia, a large amount of fluid occurs in between these two pleural coverings of the lungs. And examination of the pleural fluid can be a diagnostic tool to identify the presence of this pneumococcus bacteria. And what are the treatment options? Antiviral, then anti-inflammatory, antibacterial medications can be taken. Then we come to common cold, very common disease that we suffer. Common cold can be of two types. Common cold, which is viral, caused by the rhinovirus. Again, single sense RNA plus sense RNA virus. Rhinovirus is a plus sense RNA. That is, no mRNA is required for synthesis of the viral proteins. So single sense RNA virus, plus sense RNA virus, and so it is viral. Common cold is usually viral, and whether or not you take medicines, if you want to take medicines, antibiotics will be of no use, because common cold is caused by viruses, not by bacteria. So you are only to, so there are no medicines. If at all you want to take, you have to take antiviral medication, but that's again a difficult area of medication, antivirals, taking antivirals. So only you have to, whether you take medicines or not, viral cold lasts for a week or so. You have to treat in between, during this time, you have to only treat the symptoms. Symptoms of cold, viral cold, are similar to allergic cold. I'll come to that. Like stuffing of the nose, secretion of fluids, then cough, and so on. So these symptoms only are to be treated, and otherwise there are no medicines for counteracting this viral cold. And normal hygienic means normal hygiene, body hygiene plays a very important role in controlling the spread of any kind of viruses, starting from cold to even corona. That's why we say we maintain social distancing, we use masks, we frequently wash our hands. So these are general hygienic methods that have been prescribed to prevent the spread of all kinds of viruses, from common cold to corona. Corona is I will say, is the elder brother of common cold. So that is, so the symptoms are of viral cold are same as allergic cold. Now, what is this allergic cold? Viral cold normally, what is the difference between these two? Viral cold occurs normally during winter. It can, of course, it can occur any other part of the year, but normally it occurs in the winter. Whereas allergic cold can occur at any time of the year. Now, what is the difference between allergic cold and a viral cold? Allergic cold differs from viral cold in that it recurs frequently. It occurs frequently or it recurs. Any time of the year you can suffer from allergic cold. Symptoms of viral cold and allergic cold are almost similar. Stuffiness of the nose, secretion of a clear fluid, and next throat infection, and also maybe cough. These are some of the common symptoms found in common cold, as well as in common cold that is viral and allergic cold that is due to allergy. Now, what is an allergy? An allergy is a there are several kinds of allergies. There is when the body's own immune system is turned against its own cells, you call it an allergy. There are, the body becomes sensitive to particular kinds of foods, particular kinds of environmental factors like this cold. So this is a special status of the body in which the body is sensitive to particular factors, particular conditions. So this can be due to this is called there are several kinds of allergy: type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4. These are mediated by different kinds of antibodies, or so type 1 to type 4, these are mediated by different kinds of antibodies. So what are some of the what are some of the surprising ways to prevent cold? Surprising ways to prevent cold are these: keeping the personal hygiene very clean, frequent cleaning of hands, so use of masks. So these are some of the surprising ways to prevent cold, which are purely hygienic measures. And what are the medicines that are used for controlling allergies? Usually, of course, for viral cold, antivirals or no medicines. In case of cold allergies, you can, in order to minimize the symptoms, you can use these anti-allergics. You must have heard of histamine. So antihistamine is released during these allergic reactions. When the body suffers from any kind of allergy, histamine is released, and you have to take medication which is anti-allergic in nature. That means it will prevent the formation of the synthesis of this histamine. Now, histamine is released from which cells of the body? Which blood cells? It is synthesized by the modified basophils, the mast cells. There are several kinds of blood cells, as you know. The basophils, when they reach their target organs, they are transformed into mast cells, and these mast cells are the source of these histamines. And the purpose of taking anti-allergics is to prevent the secretion of these histamines from these mast cells. So these anti-allergics, therefore, are antihistaminic in nature. Then we come to ascariasis. Ascariasis is caused by the nematode parasite. Ascaris lumbricoides. Ascaris lumbricoides is a nematode parasite, means it belongs to the phylum Nemathelminthes or phylum Nematoda. And this Ascaris, in Ascaris, you have this, morphologically, you have males and females. Males are males are easily identified from their pointed posterior ends. So from the cloaca, a pair of pineal setae arise. So the posterior part of the male Ascaris is curved, and from the cloaca can be seen protruding a pair of these pineal setae, whereas the female will have a shorter, will have a straighter posterior end. As usual, at the entry end, we have the mouth, and then following that you have the excretory pore, then the gonopore in case of the female. But in case of the male, you have the male gonopore is at the posterior curved end. So distinction of males and females in Ascaris is very, very easy. And this Ascaris often infects the children more, and they can achieve large sizes also inside the body. So, and several drugs are now prescribed to control ascariasis. These include ascaris, several drugs like acyl resorcinol, piperazine citrate, and thiabendazole can be used. Also, this ivermectin. You must have heard of the use of ivermectin to control corona. This ivermectin also can be an anti-helminthic drug. So. Then we come to Wuchereria bancrofti, the other helminth worm that is called the filarial worm, because it causes the dreaded disease, I will say, filariasis. Now this filariasis is a dreaded disease caused by Wuchereria or Wuchereria bancrofti. It also belongs to phylum Nematoda or Nemathelminthes, and generally it is found in the tropical and subtropical regions of the world. It has a cylindrical body about 8 centimeters in length. The posterior end is curved in the male, easily identified. So transmitted by a Culex mosquito, female, just as female Anopheles was responsible for the spread of malaria, female Culex mosquito, Culex fatigans, which is its intermediate host. Primary host is man, intermediate host is this female Culex fatigans mosquito. So it's a digenetic helminth parasite, and adult worms are usually found in the lymph vessels. You see, remember, blood and the other kind of interstitial or fluid is the lymph. So in the lymph flows, blood flows through blood capillaries, lymph flows through the lymph capillaries. There is connection between these two, blood capillaries and the lymph capillaries. And lymph capillaries house these filarial worms. And the infective stage of this, that means from the body of the Culex fatigans mosquito to the body of the healthy human being occurs through that means which is the infective, plain and simple question, which is the infective stage of the malaria, infective stage of the filarial worm? The answer should be the microfilaria. Microfilaria are the infective stages of the filarial worm. Now, these microfilaria, how are they formed? The male and females live inside the lymph capillaries, and there is transfer of the male units to the body of the female units, fusion of male and female units, sperm and ova as we normally call them, occurs inside the body of the female. So there is, say, internal fertilization. But these fertilized ova are not released, and when they are released, the wall bursts and several small microfilaria are released. Now these microfilaria then molt several times. There is first, second, and third micro stages of microfilaria, and the third stage microfilaria. These microfilaria finally are picked up by the Culex fatigans mosquito. Inside the body, there is this formation of this molting of the microfilaria several times, first, second, and third. And this third stage microfilaria, they are the infective stages of the Wuchereria bancrofti. So when the female Culex fatigans mosquito bites a healthy human being, several microfilaria, third stage microfilaria, are released into the body of the healthy human being inside the so they find their way ultimately into the lymph capillaries, where they grow and increase in size. And the disease that is called elephantiasis, filariasis, also called elephantiasis, results from the blockage of the lymph vessels, the enlargement, there is great enlargement of these lymph capillaries, resulting in the enlargement of normally those parts of the body which are closer to gravity, like the feet, the hands, the breasts of the female, or the testes of the male. So those parts of the body, those organs of the body which are closer to gravity are normally affected. There is great enlargement of these organs because of the blockage of the lymph capillaries. Lymph, ultimately, it is formed from blood, and ultimately it is taken back to the blood. But this return of the lymph doesn't occur to blood. So lymph collection, there is this lymph collection, and because of this lymph collection, because of this blockage of the lymph capillaries, there is this enlargement this elephantiasis that we call the elephantiasis. Normally it is found in the feet and also in the hands, but it can occur also in other parts of the body. Prevention and control measures, usual control measures for mosquitoes, Culex fatigans mosquito are to be undertaken. Besides anti-filarial drugs like albendazole can be used. So anti-filarial drugs, ivermectin also can work here. Ivermectin and albendazole, and in addition to usual mosquito controlling measures. Then some of the multiple choice questions, some examples only I can give. The list of multiple choice questions will be handed over to Dr. Das for circulation. But some questions we can discuss, like a parasite is an organism which depends on another organism for, the choices are nutrition, protection, shelter, all of the above. The answer should be all of the above. A parasite describes its effect on another organism. A, harmful. B, not always harmful. C, it describes a mode of living. D, none of the above. Of course, two answers can be similar here, not always harmful, but many of them, since they are harmful, we will not consider this. The C, option C is mode of living. Actually, it's a mode of living. Communism, you see, what parasite was taken from parasitos, meaning eating at the table of another. So it designates more a mode of living, and is not always harmful. Of course, it can be also, but more appropriate should be the mode of living, according to me. Then which can be, another question can be, which species of Plasmodium causes pernicious malaria? Of the several species that are given as choices, the correct answer is Plasmodium falciparum. Another similar question can be, which kind of malaria is most fatal? Choices are benign tertium, benign means harmless, quartan malaria, falciparum malaria, mild tertian malaria. The answer is falciparum malaria. Another frequently asked question is, which is the infective stage of the malarial parasite? Choices are merozoites, sporozoites, trophozoites, none of the above. The answer should be sporozoites, B. Another question can be multiple choice. Steps to control malaria include control mosquito population, use mosquito nets, use of drugs like quinine, and then all of the above. Answer should be all of the above. The next on dengue, the genetic material of dengue virus is A, DNA, B, RNA, C, positive sense RNA, D, negative sense RNA. The answer should be positive sense RNA because this positive sense RNA enables the virus to directly synthesize viral proteins as an mRNA. No separate mRNA is required. The vector of dengue is female Anopheles, Aedes mosquitoes, Culex mosquitoes, none of the above. Answer should be Aedes mosquitoes. Chikungunya is a disease caused by A, bacteria, B, virus, C, protozoa, D, fungi. Answer is virus, B. What is the genetic material of chikungunya? A, DNA, B, RNA, C, positive sense RNA, D, negative sense RNA. Answer is positive sense RNA. Dengue virus is similar in many aspects to chikungunya, Zika virus, Japanese encephalitis, D, all of the above. Answer should be all of the above. Filarial worm is zoologically named as Dracunculus medicinalis, Trichinella spiralis, Wuchereria bankrupti, none of the above. The answer should be easy, Wuchereria bankrupti. The filarial worm normally inhabits A, lymph vessels, B, blood vessels, C, lymph vessels, B, arteries, C, veins, D, blood plasma. Answer is lymph vessels. The infective stage of the filarial worm is called first stage microfilaria, B, second stage microfilaria, C, third stage microfilaria, D, none of the above. Answer is third stage microfilaria. The filarial worm can be a simple question like this. Filarial worm belongs to the phylum A, Platyhelminthes, B, Nemathelminthes, C, Annelida, D, Arthropoda. The answer is Nematoda or Nemathelminthes. Similarly, Ascaris that causes ascariasis belongs to the phylum Platyhelminthes, Annelida, Nemathelminthes, none of the above. Answer is Nemathelminthes. A disease caused by bacteria is A, measles, B, mumps, C, malaria, D, typhoid. Answer is typhoid, D. which of the following is a viral disease? Easy. A. Tetanus. B. Smallpox. C. Cholera. D. Pneumonia. Answer is B. Smallpox. स्टूडेंट हेले ही गोटा कथा टीचर्स तो सब जानी चलते अरे कौन क्वेश्चन पैटर्न टा केमते ही पारे ये मल्टीपल अच्छा हो dengue fever is transmitted by A. Aedes mosquito, B. Anopheles mosquito, C. Culex mosquito, D. Houseflies. Which is the correct answer?
Anopheles.
Huh? Yes.
Anopheles.
Aedes. Oh, correct.
Yes, sir, it is.
ठीक अच्छे मु सारू कहतली जे आउरी टिके पिलांकु बा
Female, male
CBSE मु कहतली एटा फीमेल एटा मेल एमपी कर देले दैट विल बेटर कागना पिलांकर क्लियर कट आई गेस इट इज ठीक सर क्वेश्चन ए क्लियर कट मतलब फीमेल एडिस हां फीमेल एनोफिलिस मेल क्यूलेक्स एंड मेल हाउसफ्लाई
Another question can be, select the incorrect pair. Aedes chikungunya, Aedes yellow fever, Culex malaria, plague xenopsila. Which is the incorrect pair?
Culex malaria.
Chikungunya, huh?
Culex malaria.
Culex malaria. Right.
Skip.
Incorrect pair.
प्रथमटा कोटा ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି
Aedes chikungunya.
चिकन
The Aedes.
Okay. Any other thing, Abhishek?
A disease caused by, of course, these are ultimately meant for students.
ठीक है
A disease caused by a nematode parasite is A. Amoebiasis, B. Elephantiasis, C. Leprosy, D. None of the above.
Elephantiasis.
Correct.
Elephantiasis.
Cerebral malaria. ठीक है. Cerebral malaria is caused by which species of Plasmodium?
Plasmodium falciparum.
Vivax, falciparum. Right. Falciparum, right.
Suppose I am asking another. African sleeping sickness is caused by Plasmodium ovale, Trypanosoma gambins, Entamoeba histolytica, and your Filaria, Uchelaria bangkok. Which is correct? African sleeping sickness is caused by
Trypanosoma.
Trypanosoma.
Trypanosoma gambins. what is the disease caused by Trypanosoma cruzi?
African sleeping sickness, sir.
That is Trypanosoma gambians. You just see what is Trypanosoma, sorry, yes, sir. Trypanosoma cruzi.
Sleeping sickness disease, please.
Huh? Yes, sleeping sickness is not by, it is by gambians. What are the 4 polymorphic stages of Trypanosoma? Trypanosoma polymorphic form called Chatta stage na called. You have to tell a little bit. Jack question because you are all teachers, so you should give it. Suppose one of the बढ़िया student अछि, जे कि 95% पाखापाखि रखुछि, at least he or she can gain.
Ringworm is a nematode parasite, helminth parasite, fungus, none of the above.
Nematophore.
Fungus.
Fungus. Calling it a ringworm is a misnomer.
So now we come to the end of the first session. The second session will start. Just immediately. Second session will start immediately. So I am just waiting for the concerned lecturer to reach by 11. So till now, let me discuss till he reaches. So, further. Okay, dear colleagues, and now we move to the second session. And on my left is Dr. Sabindra Kumar Samal, who is a he's an assistant professor at BJP Autonomous College. Now, he will go before he goes for the his deliberation. Now, I have told you the modus operandi of the exam system, so I am not going to repeat that thing. I am straight going and requesting Dr. Samal to start his talk, and just 1 or 2 minutes, just is going to talk. Yes. Yes. So, SAR's topic is regarding reproductive health. Now I request Dr. Shamal to start his deliberation and discuss regarding the questions relating to reproductive
पावर
health.
पॉइंट हम एटी हैंडल कर परिए
हाँ हाँ हाँ
एटी करियो
हाँ आंत दौचन
ओके
ये ट्राई ये तो दियो এই কেন এটা হচ্ছে
এটা খালি স্পিকারটা
speaker।
ওকে
এটা দিন
মাউসটা দিন মু হ্যান্ডেল করি
হ্যাঁ সেটা আছে তাহলে কিছু লিখি আচ্ছা আচ্ছা বেটা
স্যার ওকে ওকে ভেরি গুড
এটা দিন
थैंक यू सर
এটা পানি আপনি এটা নিয়েছি স্যার
थैंक यू
এই রিমোটটা দিন
जस्ट अ मिनट स्टूडेंट a very good morning to all of you. I really thank Dr. Subhash Chandra Das for giving me such a nice introduction. And basically, I am PhD from Manipal Academy of Higher Education. I did my research from Institute of Life Science, Bhubaneswar, and my topic was oral cancer. Just a couple of minutes for the settings only, and then we will start. Thank you. Sir, आप कुछ दरकार नहीं, सर आप ठीक था, कुछ प्रॉब्लम है. Okay. এইটা আমি জুম কেমনে করে
জুম কেমনে করে
মোর স্পটলাইটেড ভিডিও সেটা ক্যান্সেল করা এটা জুম হে করে এটা জুম कर दीजिए এটা জুম করিয়া डबल क्लिक नहीं ना अपन को स्क्रीन शेयर है ना हां ओके এটা क्लिक করলে ফুল জুম হয়ে যাবে না এটা সাইড হে ସେମାନଙ୍କ ରିପ୍ଲାଏ ସର ସେଇଠୁ
ସେଇଥିରେ ଆସେ
मैं कंटिन्यू कर देलो इतना कले दो ठीक है ठीक करो हां चलो हां एक पट्टा क्लिक कर लो क्या है जो बस एक ही था प्रॉब्लम ओके एनीवे वो स्क्रीन दा पड़े
अपन के था तो
okay anyway, no problem my dear teacher friends, whether my screen is visible to you or not, just reply yes or no, then we will start.
Visible, sir.
Is it visible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm really glad that Dr. Subhash Chandra Das is here with us. He's a very energetic and enthusiastic person, and he's also a resource person who is very much dedicated for teacher training programs which are being conducted here. And today's topic, I'm straightway going to the topic. Today's topic is reproductive health. I welcome you. Today is the third day of your training, I think. I welcome you all, and I'm really glad and I feel privileged that I got an opportunity to give a talk or interact with you guys. I'm really grateful to Dr. Das for that and the directorate of SCIT. Okay, so reproductive health, straightway I'm coming to the topic. This is a very important topic. Apart from scientific part, it has very much social connection with various related issues. We all should know about what is actually reproductive health and how it has so much importance towards the day-to-day life. Okay, so basically in this part we are having two sessions first of all, and I know it is a virtual meeting and it is very much difficult for us to convey the message, but still the digital platform and the arrangement of such system made it easy to interact with you all. Okay, if I'll give a short introduction. I want to interact with you all guys. So basically you are, how many participants are here? How many
12.
participants are there?
12, sir.
10.
12, sir.
12 students. 12 teachers. Okay. So you all are teachers and well experienced. So it will be easy for us to interact with you all. So in this topic today, we are going to discuss about reproductive health problems and strategies related to this. Then we will discuss about population explosion and birth control, medical termination of pregnancy, which we call as MTP. Then sexually, we will talk about sexually transmitted disease and infertility. So most of the part, whether knowingly or unknowingly, we all know about all these things. When we talk about reproductive health means it is a healthy individuals which is definitely connected to social, mental, physical. If we talk about mental means it is about the educating people or educating your students or related persons, whoever you can say, in relation to how they behave in a term specifically reproductive life. Okay, so that also we are going to discuss in this chapter. So before coming to that, I want to tell you that in India, especially some data is available which is based on worldwide as well as your country wise. So this let me tell about why this is important, why this reproductive health is important. So definitely it is in relation to the health, reproductive health of both of the partners. That means the male partner as well as the female partner. So globally in 1990, when the assess of global population started, basically I will use this board if it is visible to you guys. That will be easy for me actually. Am I audible from this distance? I don't know. Mic is there on the table.
Yes, audible.
Okay, very good. So in the year of 1990, or you can say 90s, people started thinking about population. What is population? How it is exploded? That is a really hot topic for nowadays. So, okay, it's a hot topic nowadays. So in 1990s, what happened when population census started, or we can say the census program started. So at that time, 2 billion people were there worldwide. Okay, 2 billion, you can say that 2000 million. Okay, we just started like this. Is it visible? Okay. So what happened? Now gradually this exploded to 6 billion or 6,000 million population by the year 2000. Okay. So all are you Odia or any non-Odia people are there?
ODM.
Okay. So best. So we will talk about if possible we will talk in Odia also. So 12 people are there. I'm sorry that I have not gone through your introduction part. If it is possible, kindly introduce yourself within 5 to 10 seconds, each of you, please. मो पाई भी important जे मु जानिया दरकार मु काहा को पढौची बा interact करूची. Please start from Ranjan.
Yes, sir.
Ranjan sir, yes.
हाँ सर, सर नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
So, ମୋ ନାଁ sir ରଞ୍ଜନ କୁମାର ନାୟକ, PGT Zoology, EMRS ଧାନଗେରା.
Where are you from?
ମୟୂରଭଞ୍ଜ. EMRS ଧାନଗେରା ମୟୂରଭଞ୍ଜ.
Mayurbhanj. Okay, thank you. You are from Mayurbhanj. Very good. Next, please.
Subhasmita Behra, EMRS Dhangera, Morganj, PGT Pottal.
Okay. Okay, botany students. Okay, very good. Botany teacher. Going to be botany teacher. Okay, next.
Hey, ଝିଅ ତୁ କୋଉଠି ପଢିବୁ କି?
Jayashree Panda, PGT Zoology, EMRS Chandragiri.
Sorry, Jayashree Panda from
EMRS Chandragiri, Gajpati.
Gajpati. Okay.
Sir, Begum Benazir Bibi, EMRS Mahasin.
Sorry.
Begum Benazir Bibi, EMRS Mahasin, Kandhamachi.
Okay. Thank you. Next.
ସୁଶାନ୍ତ କୁମାର ବେହେରା
ଆପଣ ମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରୁ କିଏ ଜଣେ ମାଇକ୍ ମ୍ୟୁଟ୍ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ।
ସୁଶାନ୍ତ କୁମାର ବେହେରା ଏମଆରଏସ୍
ହଁ ନେକ୍ସଟ ଇଜ
ସୁଶାନ୍ତ କୁମାର ବେହେରା ଏମଆରଏସ୍ ଲାଙ୍ଗ
ସୁଶାନ୍ତ ବେହେରା ଓକେ ଫୁଲବାଣୀ फ्रॉम फुलबाणी राइट
ନା ସୁନ୍ଦରଗଡ଼
ସୁନ୍ଦରଗଡ଼
ଲାଙ୍ଗ ଆଜ୍ଞା ଲାଙ୍ଗ ସୁନ୍ଦରଗଡ଼ ସୁନ୍ଦରଗଡ଼ ସାର୍
ओके नेक्स्ट
सर मनोज कुमार पंडा नवरंगपुर
नवरंगपुर ओके
ज्ञानरंजन त्रिपाठी फ्रॉम EMRS भवानीपुर सुंदरगढ़
ओके वेरी गुड
Sangeeta
so it will be okay some internet issue is there I think okay no problem Sangeeta madam Begum Benazir madam Abhinash Mahanto Namita Roth then Subhasri thile au Subhasmita Behera thile Jayashree thile ba achan okay चलो
Nirupama Ratha, EMRS Siriguda Raigada, sir.
very good Nirupama madam okay
भाग्यश्री पंडा PGT Zoology EMRS लोहनीपड़ा सुंदरगढ़
okay ठीक अच्छी नेक्स्ट बाकी सेशन सेकंड सेशन रे जो मैंने इंट्रोड्यूस कर पारनांती करिवे सो चलो स्टार्ट करिवा better whether you are a botany teacher or zoology teacher it does not matter you should know about your sex organs आपण मानकर निजर सेक्स ऑर्गन विषय जानिबा दरकार and well educate हबा दरकार so that you can be educated by yourself as well as you will educate your surrounding including your students colleagues or whoever is unknown or unaware about that because you are coming from a community where you have a lot of responsibility exists you have to play a lot of responsibility so for that reason actually you should know about reproductive health okay so coming to the population part 2 billion population were there in 1990 then 6 billion population came in 2000 in the year 2000 globally and which became 7.2 million in the year 2011 eta hochi statistical data okay so why it is important to know about the population while studying this reproductive health जेतेबेले आमे reproductive health विषय पढुछन we should know about the population because whether you tell economy whether you tell health whether you tell opportunity in job sector or any sector or any competitive sector or non competitive sector it is important to know about the population of your country or the world because depending on the population your economy is distributed your health facilities are distributed okay so it is always important to know about the population of a particular geographical area kale gote region ro population ta janiba important that's why census are being conducted in each and every fourth year I think or na fifth year last etla 2014 re then bodhe 2022 re hobo ताले केते डिफरेंस होची देखि दियो that depends on the government guidelines okay ताहेले when we talk about population then we should know for increasing or decreasing a population the reproductive health is important if the parents are not able to reproduce then the population will decline definitely or if the parents are able or have the capability to reproduce but their offsprings are not surviving that will also lead to the decrease in the population okay if everything is fine but still some disease condition came then the population is also not surviving So depending on the health or the reproductive health and associated reproductive health, the population curve or the stability of the population is dependent. Population ta sabubele depend karchi reproductive health. Now coming to recent data, this is what I told about the 2 billion, 6 billion, 7.2 billion. These are all whatever written in your NCERT books. But if you come to the recent data, what is published in internet or website, you can say that actually the data is wrong. You can say wrong. It is not correctly accessed. In 1990s, the population was actually 9 million. Okay. In 2015, the population increased drastically. Okay. But the mortality rate is reduced to half. Epotre population is surviving, but people are not dying. That means that is a explosion in the population. So there is a reduction in the half of the death percentage. That means the 9 million people जो 1990 रे मरुथिले out of 2 billion, सेटा तम डेथ रेट ता सॉरी तमरो कहैतला केते सेटा आगुरु कहैतला केते 6 million people मरुथिले. That is not correct. Actually 9 million people worldwide मरुथिले, which gradually reduced to half and become 4.5 million worldwide. Not in country data, worldwide data, that actually reduced to half. Okay. So why actually this happened? ये जो death rate कमी कला, survivability बढ़ी गला, this why it happened like that? Basically this happened because due to certain programs associated with the reproductive health. कौन program associated है reproductive health रे, so that people are not dying or the health or the reproductive health condition of people increased. They started surviving. They started living a healthy life. So basically, what comes to in our mind is definitely health program re definitely kichi changes asithibo, but they must have getting good medicine, good health care, awareness, and also education. These are the main points depending on which people are surviving or the population explosion takes place. So from the time India become independent, 1947 re ame kon hala, ଆମ country independent hala. Okay, 1947 re India independence hala na. Gote minute.
काली की और दिन राति रे तो पळेबी रही दिन ना तार दिन परीक्षा मु 25 रे जीबी 26 ता कामट अछि.
Sorry, yes please. कौन कहउतिले? Hello. Okay. Very good. So national program for family planning was started in 1952. National program for family planning in India, it is actually started in 1952 by considering the explosion of population. So जेतेबेले हमर population sharply increase करिबा आरंभ कला, national program for family planning started because health care सबु किछि जोगु हमर population survival बढ़िला, but there became a necessity to do family planning. Family planning is nothing to plan how much children you should have. That is actually called family planning. Then another program was started, that is reproductive child health program. Reproductive child health program, or child health program, RCH. So reproductive child health program re kon karagala, a statutory range was fixed for the marriage age. That is, the girl child should get married after age of 18, and a boy or a male child will marry after the age of 21. That was fixed. That became mandatory. Okay. So now coming to reproductive health, it has two problems and strategies. Like if you see in the slide, what are the reproductive health problems? Like starting from early marriage. So in early time, what people are used to marry in a very immature stage, like before 5 or 6 girl child age thibo, boy ro 8-9-10 barsha thibo. So that was early, that was the time when early marriage were taking place. So that also leads to so much complication, because a kid or a child don't know about what is sex, what is sexual affairs, what is coitus, se bisare kichi gyana nathila. So early marriage was a problem. Then if a child gets married early, then mother's health, that is important. That becomes a problem. If a girl child becomes pregnant in an early age, and she could not able to handle the disease, the problems associated with this, associated with pregnancies. Okay. Then if she could not handle her health, so how could she able to handle her children's health? So child's health become very vulnerable. The health issues arise in case of child. The next important factor related to reproductive health problem is IMR and MMR. IMR is infant mortality rate and MMR is maternal mortality rate. So what is this maternal mortality rate or mortality rate ke koi paribe? What is mortality rate? Any one of you, please.
Death rate.
Kiye kouchanti?
Rate of mother and death rate of the child.
Okay. Any one of you?
Number of deaths.
Very good. I mean, overall layman me bujhunde to gote kichi gote death hotuva. But the important factor is that to know the rate. Rate jetebele count kara jaye for infants, it is mane death rate ba mortality rate jete kara jaye, it is counted per 1,000. But in case of mother's mortality rate, seta count kara jaye per 10,000 birth, live birth. It can come in the short question when you are preparing for MCQs, because this chapter 4 reproductive health is coming under term 1 exam re, to apanakara asibo MCQ questions, and you have to prepare for that. You all are teachers, you have to prepare for that. So be ready for that, because when you don't know the concept, you will not able to prepare the questions. You should be clear about the concept. So maternity mortality rate is the number of maternal deaths. Write it down if it is possible. Number of maternal deaths during a given period. What is that period? 1 year of period. During the given period of 100,000 live births. Sorry, I have to correct it. 100,000 live births. 100,000 live births in a period of 1 year. Hella bhitare jeteta mother morile, that will be known as your maternal mortality rate. 100,000 by 1 lakh. 1 lakh live births bele jeteta mother death habo, that will be known as your maternal mortality rate. Keep it in your mind. Then what is infant mortality rate? Infant mortality rate is the number of deaths under 1 year of age child. Infant boli kuajibo. So children before attaining the age of 1 year, if they dies per 1,000 live births, samane per 1,000 live births re kete ta infant death asuchi, that will be counted as infant mortality rate. And what is the age group? That age group is before attaining 1 year of age. Aku kuajiba infant. Okay, infant death rate. And it will be counted per year. Seta jemti 1 year re 1 lakh live birth re kete mother moruchanti. Eta se bala 1 year re 1000 live birth re kete infant death hochi. So that will be coming under your IMR and MMR. Next coming is medical facilities. So medical facilities, when you heard this term, one thing comes to your mind, a hospital or any nursing home or like that. But it is actually not like limited to that part. The medical facilities that is reaching to your doorstep is coming under medical facilities. Nowadays, ANM are appointed in village wise, that you know. Anganwadi centers are there. You people or teachers from the primary or upper primary schools, they are also associated with this. They are monitoring the health of a child. Even nowadays, this health map, that means your reproductive health chapter is also introduced in case of 6th standard students. I think they should know about what is sex, how to maintain their sexual life, means healthy sexual life, problem associated basically with the girl students or girl children's. Okay. Then also these teachers play important role in clearing the myths and misconceptions associated with reproductive health. So a child, kids were in early ages, they thought that if they will kiss somebody or if they will hug somebody, they will become pregnant. So these are the myths associated with the reproductive health. So that's how you are giving a proper sex education to a child. You can create awareness. Okay, these all things are associated with reproductive health. The next part is the strategies to solve this problem related to this reproductive health. What are these strategies? That is important. First, introduction of sex education in schools. That I have already told you. This one. If you can see my cursor, introduction of sex education in schools. Schools mane kemiti you will maintain your hygiene, how you will take care of your private parts, how you will screen for any disease associated with your health, with your sex organs. Okay, that is important. Then governmental and non-governmental agencies are acting like NGOs as well as government programs are there to create awareness against this sexual health. Okay, we also educate people in such a way that the various myths and misconceptions associated with this sex related issue will not persist at all. Okay, for all these things, one infrastructure and educated or trained people are necessary. So that is coming under strong infrastructural facilities. You people, professionals, medical personnel, they should be available in our doorstep each and every time or whenever we require them. Okay. And most importantly, nowadays, as the techniques become advanced, in 1980, what happened? The real-time sonography developed. When 1980, the introduction of sonographic technology leads to detection of child sex. Okay, that should be banned or that should be prevented. Because what happened after knowing the sex of a child, due to some misconception or myths or various socio-economical issues, people are going for infanticides, becoming infanticide. That means you can say that termination of pregnancies. That is very shameful as well as very sensitive issue in this context. Okay, so ban of the sex determination, yes, become illegal. Okay, the next point is that proper information about reproductive organ, adolescence, and related changes. What happens when a girl child or a boy child attain maturity or puberty or adolescence? Their behavioral changes takes place. So in their age, it becomes very difficult for them to handle their status at that position. They thought that some kind of disease happened to me or something wrong happened to me, so that they will hide and they will go for certain other aspects or other related activities which should not be performed. Okay, so sex education is very important, and taking care of adolescents or adolescent people is also important. And always medical assistance is important. Apart from all these things, you should have a proper knowledge, and you should create awareness among the people to accept this sex related issue not as stigma but as a problem which could be solved if proper care is taken. And most of the health related issues in case of reproductive health problems are associated with the female persons or associated with the girl partner. Definitely male partners are suffer, but the suffering for female partners are more always. Okay. So when such kind of problem persists, what happen? Then we go for assisted reproductive technology. So basically thing is that first population explode hochi, then we use strategies to control this population. Then what happened? We are going for a technology where we are making plans, we are taking policies, helping people to reproduce at a low rate. But apart from all these things, one problem persists, that is some people are unable to reproduce child. So that is actually the assisted reproductive technology. This assisted reproductive technology help both to control the overproduction of offsprings and also assist those parents or those persons who are getting difficulty or having difficulty in becoming a parent. Okay, that means they have problems in their sexual health. They have problems associated with their sexual health related issue. So this single technique that is called assisted reproductive technology, it is actually not a single technology, it's a combination of lot of technology that help people to have a better life, to have a better reproductive life. Okay, so we will also discuss about that. We will go through the questions and gradually we will discuss about those things. So next I will tell you another part is that one is health issue, one is population issue, then coming to reproduction issue, issue in producing your offsprings. Another important factor is that the sex related diseases. You can say that STDs, sexual transmitted diseases. And why sexual transmitted diseases takes place? Because of sexual transmitted infections. Due to infection, this disease takes place. And infections what? Bacterial, viral, fungal, protozoan, various types of organisms. Around 30 million microorganisms were identified, which is reported by World Health Organization, which are actually responsible for this kind of diseases. So first हमको से disease गुड़ा को भी पढ़िबा को पड़ियो, सेटा को भी cure करिया को पड़ियो. Okay. Okay. चले ताहले I'll not go into the normal process of reproduction, because in the chapter of reproduction you must have covered that one. You are or zoology or botany student, whatever biology students, you all know about reproduction. That is, reproduction needs, in case of human reproduction I'm talking about, that you need a male partner and female partner. Male and female reproductive organs are different. Male reproductive organs are also associated with accessory reproductive organs and glands, also certain biochemical processes which involves hormones and associated chemicals. Similar way for female partner also. Female reproductive organ, female secondary sexual organ, then your reproductive accessory reproductive glands, then coming to your hormones and accessory chemicals. So these are the two parts which run side by side, basically comes under your reproduction. So first of all, you should remember that what a female reproductive organs looks like. In this in vitro fertilization window, you can able to see this is the womb, by mother's womb, by uterus, or it is broadly, you can say that female reproductive organ. Okay, it has various parts. The right side re bhi dekha lekha hai chi. Uterus extends to cervix and finally to vagina. Then fallopian tubes, or two tubes kind of pair of fallopian tube. So they overhang over the ovary. Ovary is also one of the reproductive organ of female. So whatever problems persist in case of reproductive health for female, that roams around this organ. That means say a reproductive organ no chaturparshore guri buluchi, you can say. That means diseases or problems, whatever you can say, that actually associated with this main reproductive organ, and some part also associated with the secondary reproductive organ, or you can say that mammary glands. Okay. Tahale chalandu ame start kariba assisted reproductive technology age sardwa. तापर देखिया कौन कौन आप पढ़ी हबो. Through the questionnaires we will go. It will continue up to 12:15. तेणु धीरे धीरे जिबा, don't worry. So am I audible? You all became silent actually.
Yes sir, audible.
Yes sir, audible.
जदि किछि प्रॉब्लम होछि बुझिबार, you are free to interact. ताहले ये जो असिस्टेड रिप्रोडक्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी को जिबा पूर्वरु आमे गोटे काम करिबा. ताहले फर्स्ट आमे जानि जिबा जे कोन हैला ओवरव्यू टिके दे देबा. प्रथमे हेल्थ इश्यू, मैटरनल हेल्थ इश्यू बेसिकली बा पैटर्नल हेल्थ इश्यू जहां भी कहबे, रिप्रोडक्टिव हेल्थ इश्यू डेवलप होला, एंड दिस हेल्थ इश्यू इज एसोसिएटेड विथ रिप्रोडक्टिव ऑर्गन्स. ओके, क्लियर? तो कौन प्रॉब्लम है? वन इज ओवर प्रोडक्शन इज ए प्रॉब्लम. माने ताको सब ठीक ठाक अछि, रिप्रोडक्टिव ऑर्गन ठीक अछि, दे आर प्रोड्यूसिंग ऑफस्प्रिंग्स फाइन, बट वी हैव टू चेक इट. से चेक पई आसी गला फैमिली प्लानिंग प्रॉब्लम, फैमिली प्लानिंग प्रोग्राम. जदि होउनी, बेबी होउनी, देन इट इज कमिंग अंडर इनफर्टिलिटी प्रॉब्लम. एपटे हला फैमिली प्लानिंग करा हला टू रिड्यूस ओवर प्रोडक्शन, सेपटे टू असिस्ट इनफर्टिलिटी. इनफर्टिलिटी को रोकिबा पई we have another problem. So तापई ए assisted reproductive technology is more helpful than controlling birth. So assisted reproductive technology is more oriented towards producing offsprings and controlling offsprings. दीटांग पार्ट अछि, किंतु very important is producing. काहे कि ना ए दीटा अंडर रे दीटा पार्ट अछि. One is in vitro fertilization. In vitro fertilization it is a छोटा technology no, it is a big technology. It is associated with various aspects. Okay, so I'll use blackboard actually. So God has designed the reproductive organ of females in such a way that nothing can replace this one in this world. Only certain kind of modification will assist them to produce baby. Okay. So first technique which comes under in vitro fertilization. Again ke in vitro fertilization ta bujhi deba ki, then we'll go to sub part se taro chota part. Okay. So normal process of ovulation te kon hue na apanakara whatever ovary re, with the help of gonadal hormone, you all know that follicle stimulating hormone and luteinizing hormone, what happens now, your oocyte develop. More directly put to oocyte. Once oocyte is formed, it comes out from the ovary. अपन जदि female reproductive structure टा देखिले मैं रफली गोटे डायग्राम करछि अपन बुझिबा को इजी होबो बोली मु कहूछि एमिति you all know about, you are zoology and botany students or teachers, you know very well, I know. So is it visible? मते काई भल देखाओ ने स्क्रीन रे
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
सीरियसली मते जाना पड़े क्लियर देखाओ ताले भलो कथा very good. Okay, so this area is actually your uteral part. Okay, this is your fallopian tubule, fallopian double T. मोर स्पेलिंग कलिंग भूल मुझे पे शॉर्ट फॉर्म में लिख दो छी, you can F A double L O P I A N fallopian tube, and this tubes can be a pair of fallopian tube, pair of ovary. So with the help of follicle stimulating hormone, what happens? Follicle stimulating hormone जो वो साइड जब gradually develop करिवो, that is actually known as your follicles. You can see the image from the PowerPoint also, no problem. Whatever you want, you can visualize. Okay. Follicle stimulating hormone जेतबेले कोन करिवो ना तमर जो जानि छ haploid cell that gradually develops by the process of oogenesis and a single egg is formed. Then with the help of LH, luteinizing hormone, what happens? Now this ovulation takes place. It is received by the fimbriae of the fimbriae. माने जो फिंगर लाइक प्रोजेक्शन ऑफ योर फैलोपियन ट्यूबुल द फर्स्ट एंड रे थाए ता द्वारा एटा माइग्रेट करी जीव तमरो ओवम. इट कैन हार्डली सर्वाइव फॉर 1 डे और 2 डे, 48 no 1 day, 24 hour max कह दे. So in the same time what happens, sperm comes by the process of intercourse. ये हो गया आपका penis. Then by the ejaculation process sperms migrate to the fallopian tube and fertilization takes place here, where fallopian tubule रे ही fertilization takes place हुए. Okay, ताहले आपण टिके मोर ये को देखंतु. Yes, okay, you can see the screen. जदि एटा देखा जाउनी मु टिके जूम करबी की
देखा जाउची सर.
very good. So egg कौन लिखाई छी नंबर 1 दिया है कौन लिखाई छी जे egg reproduction stimulated by hormone therapy. Why in vitro fertilization is necessary? That male person or female person or whoever has the complicacy, they could not able to continue the natural process of fertilization hey parum. So the female partner as well as the male partner both were induced hormonally. Okay, that also includes some kind of physical activities. So hormonally if both are induced, what happen? The female will ovulate. Okay, eta kichi gote dinaro process no, it is a long term process. The female has to pass through various hormonal therapy including injections, tablets mane pills. Similar way the male will be induced to produce sperm. The sperms were collected, then the sperms were washed, okay, then concentrated, because you all know that for fertilization process around kete million sperm dakar, 40 to 300 million sperm per ovum is necessary for a single fertilization. Eta ti mon rakhi dandu, 40 to 300 million of sperm rahile gote ejaculation re, that will be considered as a normal ejaculation. Jodi sethiru sperm count kami gala, then there is a problem in the male partner which will be considered as कौन की स्पर्मी को आ जाए ताको oligospermy, right? Reduction in the sperm count, oligospermy ना कौन को आ जाए सेटा
ओलिगोस्पर्मिया.
Okay, से जा को चंद से okay, anyway, So a normal sperm count should be there. So what happened? Egg production stimulated by hormone therapy. Then that stimulated hormone leads to ovulation, and that eggs were collected. That collection process is very complex process. The egg was collected by a laparoscopic incision and the ova was taken out. Similar way, sperms were taken out and cleaned. These ovum and sperm, they were allowed to fertilize in a laboratory condition. So petri plate ta achi dekhucho edi. So petri plate, it is not easy. ता ପାଇଁ भी ମୁଁ तुमको टिके कहि दउची आउ टिके प्रोसेस टिके जे how this happens actually. So am I visible? So one in vitro kain kwa jaउची. In vitro ta एमिति लेखा जाय. In vitro. It's a italicized term. Okay. In vitro means in a laboratory condition. Okay, in a laboratory condition. What happens? Sperms are collected. Similarly, ova are collected. Sperms and ova are collected. They were allowed to settle in a normalized environment. What is normalized environment? Our body, our जो cell tachi, that is its best environment, you can say. Okay. For normalization process, those cells were grown or kept in a tissue culture facility, or you can say a cell culture facility. Both sperms, as well as ova, they were kept in a normalized state. That means that contains certain medium. Medium kaile growth medium. Growth medium re rakha jibo with 5% of carbon dioxide, humidity, and also certain growth factors. Growth factors. That is cell culture but tissue culture process. Apan mane padhibe how a human cell is cultured. The similar process is followed for sperm as well as ova with a certain modification. Certain modification means whatever environment is needed for this ovum or sperm, that is maintained. Hela pore kemiti fertilization hue na definitely the percentage natural environment re jodi gote ejaculation re 62 na kete kodu 42 300 million sperm re 300 million sperm way, and these number of sperm will compete for a single ova. Gotiye ova pai 300 million sperm compete karandi. So in a laboratory, in a controlled condition, kaiki na 300 sperm jibe cervix deki, then uterus deki, they will migrate to the fallopian tubule. It will take time, and most of the sperm dies in this process. But in laboratory condition, generally 1:10. 1:10 ratio re diya jay. Mane 10 sperm ku 1 ova. That is enough. Kaiki na very controlled process re ye hue. Mu eta ko overall kahili. Then this in vitro fertilization process is also categorized into various subcategories. We will come to that. Overall process ta age janto. After fertilization what happens? Apan mane janichati in case of uterus, when implantation takes place after 7th day of fertilization, right? After 7th day of fertilization, implantation takes place. Implantation कहले आपनकर embryo ta uterus ro endometrium re establish hobata को जाए implantation. Okay, so it generally takes place in how many cell stage? Any one of you? Kete cell stage re implantation takes हुए? Zoology teachers.
16 cell stage. 16
to
cell
32 cell
stage.
stage.
Huh?
Sir, 16 to 32 cell stage.
Okay, very good. मु जाने नहीं. तब मैंने मत जागले जाने के लिए 16 cell stage. जाने के लिए कितने
16 to 32
2 to the power 7 kete
2 to the power
2 दुने 4 दुने 8 दुने 16 दुने 32 दुने 64 दुने 128 so around ताको दीटा माइनस कले से जोड़ा कहले 16 to 32 cell stage रे implantation takes place हुए बा implantation occurs okay ओटा टे देखिबो बा +2 तमरो जो एनसीईआरटी बुक रो रिप्रोडक्टिव चैप्टर रो टिके देखि ताको माने रखियो दैट विल बी a question for your students okay okay कौन पाई कोथिल okay implantation takes place in laboratory condition what happens is 7 to 8 cell stage ro fertilized egg बा zygote ताको नै की fallopian tube रे implant करा from there it will divide and migrate it will come to the endometrium and it will get itself established or nowadays due to advance of technology एकाथरे 32 cell stage बा तारो 16 to 32 cell stage को नहीं की भी implant कर दिया उच then for safety purpose also what this institution they are doing or the health centers they are doing से मैंने कौन करचंदी ना गोटे embryo implant करूना multiple embryos को implant करचंदी after they get established सेथिरु केतटा survive करिवो न करिवो सेट पॉइंट ताटे गोटे प्रॉब्लम रहउची जदी जोटा survive कला बाकी गुडा को by the process of extraction से बाकी एम्ब्रियो गुडा को काट दिया जाउची तो गोटे को रखाउची ओके देखो टेक्निक ऊपर डिपेंड करछ ताहले चलन देखिबा फर्स्ट आईसीएसएच write down ICSH or you all know about ICSH. ICSH hela intracytoplasmic sperm injection. Intracytoplasmic sperm injection means the term itself explains everything. Intracytoplasmic माने cytoplasm तो भीतर है. Injection of the sperm टाको inject करा हो. माने you are fertilizing the ovum, directly injecting the sperm into the cytoplasmic material of the ovum तापर nuclear fusion से automatically हबो चले this is a generally a single sperm is injected to a single ovum ए केस रे polyspermy रो कोनोसी chances नहीं okay it's a very precise method then another process is donor egg IVF say in vitro fertilization process एतरे donor egg IVF काहे की ना generally in case of females due to age factor female बहुत aged है जल्दी their ovum is not that much compatible बा competent नुह से केस रे कोन हबो ना female रो ovum आउ यूज ही पारिबो नाही in those case what happens गोटे donor दरकार ovum दबो so basically this mother will carry the child but and the sperm will be from the father also but ovum da taro hai nathi but genetically that means genetically she is not the mother of that child okay but this is one of the process okay then gestational IVF kono hai gestational in vitro fertilization that is important a case re kon hue in vitro fertilization is done in vitro fertilization means keep in your mind that fertilization in case in the laboratory condition ta mane petri plate re fertilization hobo outside the human body okay so IVF is done but embryo or zygote is implanted to the woman who carry baby ta mane mo chua means am more wife ro moro एटा हला मन कर कोन तुमे हमें स्पर्म आ ओवम डोनेट कलु इन विट्रो मेथड रो फर्टिलाइजेशन भी कर देलु but due to some complicacy suppose my wife is not able to carry the baby then we will choose a woman who will be willingly help us to carry our baby so genetically the baby is ours but she will become the surrogate mother okay surrogate mother hele kon hala ताले that will be known as gestational IVF okay So very good. ये हला तो part how you are helping the parents to getting baby. Then let's see what are other aspects due to which the persons facing reproductive health problem and not able to have baby. This एवढा काहे की first done करे in vitro fertilization काहे होच. Suppose a female is not able to give the environment for fertilization of that particular egg and sperm. So in those case, in vitro fertilization is necessary. Then another important, it is fertilization part. Fertilization करके तुम्हें fallopian tube रे छाड़ी दियो, then the baby will be automatically implanted to the uterus. But there are certain women, they have problem in their fallopian tube. जोटा कि सेठी भी से fertilized egg को भी carry करिवार तारा capacity नहीं, but transfer करिवार capacity नहीं. In those case, what happen? Gamete intrafallopian transfer, GIFT, gift जोटा कहा जाए, one of the technique, which is generally invented in 1984. 84 चलचे, मो birth आगुर. I don't know some of you are born or not. Okay, so gamete intrafallopian transfer. What happened in this case? Sperms and egg, they are kept in the fallopian tube of the female and allowed to fertilize. Okay, previously it was done. Intentionally, huge amount of sperm and huge amount of ova were placed in the fallopian tube and they were allowed to fertilize. And the continuous observation was done up to their implantation into the uterus. But now it is an older technique and outdated technique. Now it is not done at all. Okay. Next technique is GIFT. ZIFT means zygote intrafallopian transfer. Direct zygote को transfer करो. What है fertilized egg? That means egg is fertilized, but it has not gone through division process. To a nucleus गोटे cell अच्छी. But zygote implant रे कौन होची ना 8 to 10 or 6 to 8 एवला stage रो zygote को नेकी implant करा जिवो. So that is zygote implant. Okay. Another technique is also there, that is known as TET, tubal embryo transfer. Say 4 to 8 cell stage ro embryo को transfer करा जाए to the fallopian tube and then it is left as it is. It will automatically divide and comes for the implantation. So these are slight modification in the cell numbers. A technique gift ho, tomorrow gift ho, but TET ho. They basically based on the fertilized egg transferred to the fallopian tubules. Then another technique exists that is called IUI. IUI re कौन होची ना intrauterine insemination. Intrauterine insemination re कौन हुए ना nothing. It mimics the natural process. Due to problem in the male partner, due to ejaculation problem in the male partner could not able to transform the sperm to the uterus. Baki part diagram chhad दूँ. So during the intercourse process, what happens? Ejaculation takes place, and you all know that sperm migrate to the fallopian tube. Okay, this is the process. But if some certain problems persist, what happens? The sperm ejaculation do not take place. Or if that person is ejaculating normally, but the sperm count is very less, in those cases, this IUI technique is used. Co technique IUI. Intrauterine insemination. Intrauterine insemination. What happens here? Now first the male partner is hormonally induced, sperms are collected, then sperms are also concentrated, washed and concentrated. Then with the help of a device which is very similar to the the male reproductive sexual organ, secondary sexual organ, you can say primary sexual organ, the penis. then a device, similar type of device is used to inseminate that particular female partner. To then afterwards process is natural. So here the problem generally occurs in case of male and certain females also, due to some cervical problems also, females could not able to receive the amount of sperm ejaculated. In those cases also this process is used, so that the sperm is two phases. One is introduced to the cervix, or sometimes directly introduced into the uterus. Okay. So this is about intrauterine insemination. ताले तुमको कौन कहती जे 40 to 300 million होची normal sperm count, 10 to 20 million हेले ताको कहे low by inadequate sperm count, which is not at all full amount for the pregnancy process. Okay, so these are the process how to help for having baby or reproductive health associated issue. तापरे देखिबा what is contraception. ये सबु हे गला. Contraceptions कौन? Okay, I'm forgetting actually. I think last slide रे मुझे reproductive organ रा images कुड़ा अच्छी, so you should see those. Okay, is it visible to you?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Basic diagram which shows the male reproductive organ and female reproductive organ. Se vasectomy, tubectomy part ta ko ame asiba pore, but se jo knots mara hai ni knots. So tubectomy re dekho tomaro fallopian tubule re knots mara hai chi. Se bala vasectomy re knots mara hai. So jodi knots na mara hai, that is a continuous process, and you can say that this is a normal image of female reproductive organ as well as male reproductive. Your left side is your male reproductive organ showing penis, scrotum, vasa differentia, and also this one. And then similar right side रे तुम्हारा fallopian tubule hela, ovary hela, then तुम्हारा uterus hela, then cervix hela, then vagina is part is not shown here. Okay, cervix and vagina part is also shown here. Okay, so this is the normal reproductive organ. So now let's coming to contraception. Contraception कौन? Contraception गोटे single term which actually depicts birth control. In a single term, you can say that it means it is the birth control. Birth control कौन? You know that एते complication परे सबु हैला हमें केमिति child हबो से विषय भी हमें बहुत चेष्टा कले. In vitro fertilization is the most advanced and latest technology nowadays. तार भी different subparts विषय देखिले, ICSF देखिले, then IVF देखिले, gift देखिले, gift देखिले, gift, ICSI, एवढा सब terms of मन रखियो, and you can able to prepare OMR OMR question or MCQs for your students. So next, contraceptions कौन? First, contraception माने जेतु आम मुंडा को आसला जे child birth control. First thing come to your mind, how it can be done naturally. Always natural process are good without hampering to the physical, mental and social aspects of that particular individual involved with this, and it is also very beneficial. But problem is that the success rate is very less in case of natural method of control. ताहले कौन? First जिबा periodic abstinence जोड़ा कहे, periodic abstinence. एटारे लिखि दे माने एटारे टर्म ता मन रखि दियौ. When you go to the NCERT book also it is written there. the spelling टा देखें. Abstinence. Periodic abstinence. What does it mean? Periodic abstinence. Abstinence कहले. You have to know when to in a biological process, when the sperm should fertilize the ovum. When it happens, actually, you all have knowledge about this, I know. We all know that on the 14th day, day of menstrual cycle, 14th day of menstrual cycle, ovulation takes place. भूल कहूँ ना ठीक कहूँ मैं?
Correct, sir.
Very good. Takes place. And the total cycle is generally 30 days, 28 days, right? 14, 28 days. So 28 days total cycle rochi. 14th day रे हमें कहते ovulation हुए. तो आपण माने कोन एते ज्ञानी गुणी आपण जानि देबे आज 14th day आज ovulation हबो. It is very difficult for a physician, a medical person also to know when the ovulation will take place. So certain period is given. 10 to, actually it is 11 to 14 days, 10 to 17 days. ये जो period था 10 to 7 days period, माने when first 7 days of severe जो seminar sorry menstrual cycle जो bleeding phase रहिला जेतले 10th days हबो से 10th days रू 7 days भितरे your coitus, coitus, coitus is prohibited. Naturally, if you don't want to have baby, avoid coitus between 10 to 7 days of ovulation. 7 days, where ovulation expected to take place. 14 days जमते blood pressure कहते 120/80. को समस्त देहर 120/80 हबो. It's a physiological process. We are living beings. So exactly same number ta maintain nahi paribo 120/80 jemte blood pressure maintain nahi paribo. Similar way, if you got a biochemical process, hormonal process associated with physical activities. So exactly 14 days re gote individual rahuthbo, gote individual re 17 rahuthbo, gote kar 10 din re hi jaythbo. So you have to maintain a period for your safety purpose, so that if you avoid coitus in between 10 to 7 days after the period, so that you will have a chance to not have a baby or fertilization can be avoided. Same period period of abstinence. Period of abstinence. Okay, this is one process. The second process is withdrawal process. Withdrawal process kono? Now, in the diagram you can see right side female reproductive organ. जते बेले intercourse हुए, basically the अटे लिबे दोछु एतरे किछि प्रॉब्लम रहला कि बुझिबार period of abstinence हला 10 to 7 days of ovulation time को expect करी सही time रे coitus करिवो नाही, so that it can be avoided, pregnancy can be avoided. So next this is the cervix region and this is the vaginal region. This is the vaginal opening. During the intercourse process, if a male partner become conscious enough to withdraw its penis, withdraw its penis before ejaculation, that is a emotional or mental status as well associated with the physical status to know when to ejaculate. If the male partner could control that one and can withdraw, then you can have a chance to not have a baby or you can avoid pregnancy. And this process is called withdrawal or coitus interruptus. Withdrawal or coitus interruptus. Coitus interruptus. So you can put a objective question on this also and also periodic abstinence. So the empty question kariba say the process of withdrawal of penis before ejaculation is called periodic abstinence. Then withdrawal, then lactational amenorrhea, none of the above. You can have objective questions like that. Okay, so ଜାଣିଥିବ ଯଦି students को पढ़ेଥିବେ आपण माने she could able to or he could able to answer. So next है lactational amenorrhea. These are what I am talking about, all natural process of avoiding or contraceptions. ताहले कोन ला आ गोटे नेक्स्ट ला lactational amenorrhea. Lactational amenorrhea कोन, when a mother gives breastfeed to the child, automatically the level of co-hormone increases. Which hormone becomes high during the lactating period?
0 to 6 months.
Sorry,
6 months. Up to 6 months, sir.
चिन्नी चिन्नी हाँ को लैक्टोजेन कौन कहले
लैक्टेशन पीरियड पचारले तो
ना ना मु पचारली जते बेले मदर मिल्क दियंती लैक्टेशन पीरियड रे which hormone is high in case of female?
prolactin.
Very good, prolactin. मु सत्यल टू सुनिया चाहूतली सेटा मन पड़ला तो prolactin. Prolactin hormone has various secondary functions like cough भलो ना हाँ कोरोना ही जो okay thank you. कौन कहली जब प्रोलैक्टिन लेवल टा हाई हे जिवो बॉडी रे that actually induces affection towards the child. You could remember जे गोटे माँ बापर गोटे माँ रो 8टा 9टा गाँ मानकर 10टा छुआ देखिछ एबेला कोन से एग्जांपल पाइछंती एबे तो नहीं आगुर थिला जदि देखिदिबे सी कोन तार 8टा 9टा जाक छुआ को गोटा को केबे देखछंती खत गदा बा अळिया गदार फोपाड़ देई पळे आसियो ना ना काहे कि नो why not? Because this lactating hormone prolactin has various severe impact on mental condition, and it enhances the emotion, the love towards its child. It is not about human being. You think about any animal, any lactating animal, mammal ko tha koi mu bad phad ko tha koni, I'm talking about mammals. You can see the severity of affection towards its child. That is actually due to this prolactin hormone. The other impact of prolactin hormone is that it inhibits co-hormone, progesterone and estrogen hormone. So basically, not only that one, also follicle stimulating hormone. So jetaka other gonadal hormone roila, it has inhibitory effect. Bujhpalle? Due to its inhibitory effect, what happens? The mother automatically, naturally become infertile for a period of time. So second baby hoba pai set pai chance au mile nahi. Okay, so basically this hormone or prolactin become active for the first 6 months. During first 6 months, there are various complications associated with this. Basically for women, that is spotting. Spotting, you know. जतबेले पीरियड हुए कंटिन्यू फ्लो टेक्स प्लेस अप टू 7 days. स्पॉटिंग केस रे कोन हबो तब ब्लीडिंग टा कंटिन्यू हबनी टिके हबो बंद हबो पुनी टिके हबो बंद हबो एकाधर जोर हबो बंद हबो एंड इट विल कंटिन्यू अप टू ए लॉन्ग रेंज जोटा 7 दिन भीतर शेष हे जिबा कथा व्हिच इज नोन एज द ब्लीडिंग फेज that may extend up to a month or two. हला दैट इज सेट पई से केस रे हमें डरी कि जतल डॉक्टर पाखु को जानती डॉक्टर एडवाइसेस वेरियस टाइप्स ऑफ हार्मोनल ट्रीटमेंट. सो डोंट गेट पैनिक अबाउट दैट. It is all because you are newly became mother. So this type of education is very much necessary in our society, which is lacking. That's why this chapter has a very social impact. ना कौन कहते हाँ अपन कौन कहते अपन ठीक ना नहीं. It should be taken seriously. It should be taken seriously. माने आपण मानकर घर हो साई पड़िसा रे हो जते बेले चांस मिलुची. It has also other impact also. जो कहउनती सरकारंकर एते अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम चालुची सक्सेस हे पारन. You try to aware illiterate people और गोटे तुम गाँव रे गोटे लोक को तुम थोड़े बुझेवा को चेष्टा करो बा को भी गोटे लोक बुझा. It's very difficult. As we are related to the field of biology, it is very easy to communicate between us. but it is really difficult to educate a छुआटे हो गोटे माने unknown people हो बा गोटे awareness program गोटे remote area रे जाई जते बेल तुमे माने awareness program start करिवो it is really very difficult आपण माने जो area रे अछंती मु जानि this area is very difficult and they most of the programs are running in those area also है ना एमती हुए ना नहीं गां मानकर बहुत लोक अछन बुझी पारन इवन female लोक जो माने already they have passed through this phase also they sometimes becomes unaware and unable to understand the problem associated with health reproductive health issues okay ताहले ये हला one type of जोटा कोन कहथिले birth control or contraceptives the next method is physical method and also certain chemical methods that saturday बुझिया first देखिबा आपनकर natural method परे गोटे आसीबो barrier method okay barrier method रे कोन ना you add certain barriers to the reproductive organ so that fertilization will not take place or entry of sperm to the or reaching of the sperm to the ova is avoided that is categorized into various aspects number one is diaphragm or cervical cap okay very good diagram ta achi mo seite ଟିକେ कर दउची so this is your uterine part mo diagram एते भलो नो but try to understand एबे तो बुझी जो ना okay so cervical cap is nothing eta mo delete coach this is the opening this is the cervix okay cervical cap hela गोटे ring like structure and dome shaped structure सेटा जदी एटी यूज कर दिया गला what will happen whatever sexual intercourse takes place but sperm will not enter into the uterus so ultimately fertilization will be prevented this type of dome shaped cap is called as your thimble shaped cap thimble shaped कोन आपण गूगल करके देखि देबे thimble shaped cap this cervical cap is not used alone it is used along with spermicide cream market रे गुडे spermicide creams available होचे market name रे NCERT book रे 2-4टा ना भी दे दीची आपण माने देखि परबे this spermicidal cream were used along with the cervical cap the problem lies is that medical trained person can able to fit this one okay and there is also certain period of time up to which the cervical cap can be used यार failure rate टा मु कहूची success rate अपेक्षा failure rate is important the failure rate of cervical cap is 17% केते percent 17% of failure rate break time टा केते बेले नॉन नेले भी चलिबो तो मन डिपेंड करछि मोर पिला मानु जदि बोर लागुथो माने टीचर्स मानु सो टीचर माने आपन को बोर लागु छी कि
ना
सर कंटिन्यू करन
सारी दो आ काई एते समय खिचिबा ना कोन कहउछन सारी दे पळया कथरा
हां कंटिन्यू करन सर
गुड सॉरी गलानी ऑलरेडी सॉरी गलानी टॉपिक टा मु जानि छी बट यू नो द इंपोर्टेंस ऑफ दिस टॉपिक it is not at all interesting but it has very much importance in day to day life I am coming from a background of molecular biology teaching this one because I love physiology is my favorite subject okay चलंतु ताल diaphragm रो percentage of failure हला 17% but keep it in mind that 17% failure is not bad at all okay तापर next sponge भी अछि there are also sponge available that is also used with spermicide cream yes केही तो किछ क्वेश्चन करना दे आ spermicide cream टा केमिति काम करे how it works ता माने बेसिकली मु आपन को जे barrier method of contraceptive रे प्रथम गला natural method second I am talking about barrier method barrier method रे रहला diaphragm, sponge, male condom, female condom and spermicide creams. पांचटा जिनस रहला कौन रहला diaphragm, male condom, female condom, sponge, spermicide cream. Okay, मन रहला एतिकी 5. Sponge रे कौन रहला sponge is soaked in spermicide cream and placed near the cervix. The action is same. It not only prevents the entry of the sperm but also kills the sperm because it releases the spermicide chemicals slowly. Spermicide chemicals are nothing, they are high copper and lysozyme containing material which not only inhibit the motility of the sperm but also kills the sperm by lysing the cell. So it has also various side effects. So spermicide means it is killing certain cells. Ko cell ko kill korche amari cell ba sperm ko. So it can have adverse effect on the uterine cells also. Remember it. Hala. You know, it is also have some. It has also side effect. The sponge failure rate है 14%. यार 17% failure rate थिला diaphragm रो sponge रो है 14%. Then male condom तार है 13%. These are all the percentage of success or failure has been given by World Health Organization. तो या भी सर हमें किसी करी पारंदे by taking huge number of studies over worldwide they have calculated the percentage of failure. So that means it is good to use condoms. One of the important part of the male condom as well as female condom is that they can prevent sexual transmit STI पढ़िला बेले मु कहि तुम. Okay, female condom रो failure rate है 21%. How many of you know the structure of female condom? Any one of you?
That is cylindrical, sir. Open to
cylindrical.
both end.
एटा टिके देखि दियो तो आपण माने छुआ पढेबे. Male condom is nothing. It is very easy. एटा जदी पेनिस हला ता ऊपर condom टा कवर करछि किंतु एटी गोटे थाए गोटे small pouch like structure थाए. Okay, and it has a on it. Basically they are mainly made up of latex sheath. You can tell them at latex sheath. Okay, then this is your penis. Okay, 8 part ta hala tumharo condom part. So that after ejaculation sperm will be deposited here, so it will not go into the uterine part. In case of female condom, what happens? It is also inserted. Sorry, which question? It is also inserted to the female part, but it has a structure like this: concave ring-like structure in the upper part, and the lower part is as like your normal male condom. Okay, this is also create a barrier. Okay, and the success rate of female condom is failure rate is 21%, but for failure rate for male condom is 13%. So male condoms are more safer, and these female condom they cannot prevent these sexual transmitted diseases, but there is a chance of getting disease. Okay, so eta gala तुम आपनकर barrier method. चलन तापर देखिबा जो intrauterine device गुडा जो सब अछि. Intrauterine device generally T-shaped. Whatever available is T-shaped. So intrauterine device they are of two types. Intrauterine device ro काम कोन function कोन na only medically trained person can able to insert this intrauterine device into the uterus of the female. This is basically female manang pai, not for male. Intrauterine device are of two types. One is hormonal, another one is non-hormonal. So I am telling about two types of intrauterine device. One is hormonal device, another one is non-hormonal device. What is hormonal device? sorry non hormonal आगे सार दवा copper tea आपण माने समस्त सुबे this is the one of the very widely used device designed and invented indigenously in India by CDRI जानिछन Central Drug Research Institute, even the same organization who invented Maladi. ना कहीं कहूँ ना CBSE book रे already this brand name has been mentioned. Maladi is a contraceptive pill. It है contraceptive device. Intrauterine device is contraceptive device. So तारो बेटर हबा हमें चित्र देखि दवा कोडला. This is about male condom and female condom. Condom for female, condom for male. The image has been extracted or derived, or I have taken this image from the CBSE book. Eta bisara asiba C. This is about the intrauterine device or IUD. The middle one shown is the copper T. Middle one is copper T. तामाने एटार बेटर आपण एनसीईआरटी बुक रो यार इमेज बेटर पाइबे सो ए द पिंक रीजन टा व्हाटएवर शोन दैट इज कॉपर वायर्स ओके एंड आल्सो द टी द हैंडल ऑफ द टी आल्सो हैविंग कॉपर्स दिस पोर्शन that is having copper and the similar way the left side also this portion having copper function kon the copper ion inhibits the movement of the sperm and have a spermicide action माने एक रे sperm रो motility टा कमे दो if a sperm cannot be motile that is sperm टा motile होई परिबो नाही it cannot reach to the fallopian tubule and so that it will not at all able to fertilize to the ovum so ultimately ovum will pass out so the female will not have a chance of pregnancy. So important part is that these copper T are permanently fixed. Important part is that these are contraceptive method which are reversible. Aji porjanta ame jete method koi ke kaasi these are all reversible method. Tamane use those items or those devices up to when you need not to have a child. But if you want to have a child, remove those devices and you will be fine to have a baby. So these are reversible methods. Okay, this copper IUD, they are used for fits into the uterus. They stops the sperms to reach and fertilize the ovum. These are reversible birth control methods. So from this also you can prepare your MCQ questions. And these are T-shapes made up of either plastic or copper. Jodi plastic ro made heichi tahale ta dhere copper wire guda heitbo. Jodi direct copper ro tiyari heichi then no need to have a plastic. Okay. The copper ion Cu double plus Q plus by Q prick तुम जा कोई परियो जो copper ion which are released they change the pH. कौन लिखु ची internet connection is unstable. मो कथा सुबुची कि छुआ?
Yes sir.
Very good. So whatever copper ions are released, they actually change the pH of the uterine fluid as well as the semens coming inside. You all know that the slightly acidic pH of ejaculation from that means sperm with the ejaculated fluid helps the sperm to survive. If the pH changes, the sperm will die or they become immotile. Similar way, the environment, the acidic environment of the human vagina will not allow the sperm to survive. But inside the vagina, that means towards the cervical region, the environment becomes slightly alkaline. So which also facilitate the sperm to survive. If the pH of that environment, that means fluid of the female partner, if changes, the sperm will also not survive. So copper T ro kamo hela the fluidity जोठी maintain करा होची जोठी sperm can survive से fluidity ro pH को change कर दबो and will not allow the sperm to survive, ultimately inhibiting the motility of the sperm. Hela? So this is about. So next, this is a non-hormonal copper T by non-hormonal intrauterine device. सेथिरे तुमरो एग्जांपल रे आछि as per NCERT copper T, copper 7, आउ गोटे होची multi load 375. So basically these are made up of alloy metals. Okay. So next let's go to the intrauterine device, which is hormonal. So first left one you can see in the slide, which is known as your hormonal intrauterine device. They basically designed in a capsule like structure. देखो तार जो copper जेमिति copper IUD रो copper थिला जो intrauterine device रो से जो मझीटा, it's just like a capsule which releases certain synthetic hormones slowly into the uterus. So what is the function? Hormones are very easily get absorbed in your bloodstream. Through the uterine wall, these hormones can get absorbed into the female's body and alters the hormonal balance of the body. What happens? Now these hormones are basically the progesterone derived synthetic hormones known as progestin. Commercially available, this progesterone hormone is your levonorgestrel. Eta mone rakhibe levonorgestrel. Levonorgestrel. It will lekha aichi levonorgestrel releasing capsules are there in the T-like structure, which releases the hormone into certain amount slowly into the bloodstream. Commercial name of this hormonal intrauterine device is LNG IUD or LNG 20 is one of the commercial name, which is also mentioned in the tomorrow NCERT book re mention is. What is its function? So apan jani gale je acha progesterone ro gote synthetic form. What do you know about synthetic hormones? What is synthetic hormones? What do you mean by synthetic hormone?
Which hormone are prepared in the laboratory?
Bas, at least etik to jani thwa darkar. The hormones which are prepared in the laboratory. Basically what happens? Say hormones are made up of certain chemicals. You can say certain amino acids with glycerol or kon compound missing. Same compound is taken and the structural elements are maintained to prepare a hormone, which is produced large scale in a laboratory or in vivo condition. Other organism re produce hochi. Jemti apan mane insulin hormone janithibe tiyari hochi, horse ru tiyari hochi, rabbit ru tiyari hochi. Okay, so similar way a hormone bhi tiyari hochi. Say jo synthetically prepared hormones are injected into the human's body, or in this case intrauterine device it is released slowly. Jodi slowly released about, what is its function? It thickens the cervical mucus. आमे जते इंटरकोर्स करूचंती बा कोइटस समय रे स्पर्म टा मूव करिकी सर्वाइकल थ्रू रे फैलोपियन ट्यूब को जीवो, सर्विक्स थ्रू रे फैलोपियन ट्यूब को जीवो, एपट जाके फैलोपियन ट्यूब रे पहुंचीबो, देन फर्टिलाइजेशन विल टेक्स प्लेस. जदि सर्वाइकल रीजन रे थिबा फ्लूइड टा को ठीक कर दो, माने बहलिया कर दबो, कंसंट्रेटेड कर दबो किए ना द हार्मोन रिलीज्ड फ्रॉम दिस आईयूडी, ताहले स्पर्म मूव करि परिबोनी, थिक एनवायरनमेंट रे पहरी की जाय परिबोनी, हला पहरी की मींस स्विम करि की जाय परिबोनी. So it will ultimately reduce the chance of fertility. It also prevent ovulation. You all know that for ovulation process luteinizing hormone is responsible. Progesterone maintains the follicle, but luteinizing hormone helps in ovulation. जदि प्रोजेस्टिन लेवल टा बढ़ी जिवो, ल्यूटेनाइजिंग हार्मोन रो कंसंट्रेशन टा अल्टीमेटली कमी जाय. जदि कमी जिवो ओवुलेशन ही हबनी, सो अल्टीमेटली इट प्रिवेंट्स ओवुलेशन आल्सो. देन it also makes the uterine intrauterine wall thinner. जो endometrium अछि, the endometrium helps for the implantation of the baby बा zygote. जदि से material endometrium region टा ए region रे implantation हुए, it needs proper blood supply as well as environment, high glucose level. All these things are required here. If this wall of the endometrium becomes thinner, so it could not able to hold the fertilized egg. So fertilized egg by implantation ta hei paribo nahi. So it also prevents implantation. Is it okay for you? Okay. So very good. tahale on the basis of this hormonal contraceptive method, it is also again categorized into 4 types. One is implant. How would it be? Intrauterine device ku chhadi ke other 4 are implant. It is also applicable to females only. Implants are nothing. These are smaller sticks. Sticks, can you able to visualize in the slide? Smaller sticks are known as implants. These implants, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. These implants are inserted into the upper arm of the female. A region re, by a region re, taku implant kar diya jaye under the skin. It is nothing. It is similar to the intrauterine device, hormonal intrauterine device. जोटा कौन कहती LNG. LNG भलिया भी यार काम. It also slowly releases the hormone progestin, but it is placed in the arm. यारो use रो गोटे technique अछि. It is continuously used for the 3 weeks, and on the 4th week, माने 21 days रे, you no need to implant it. You have to remove it. काहेकि ना से टाइम रे तुम्हारा again menstrual bleeding phase start होबो. If it is implanted, it will lead to severe bleeding. Okay, so this is one. And the effectivity of गोटे मिनिट एटी मुटे कहि दोची जो कॉपर टी देखिले बा इंट्रायूटेराइन टी देखिले जोटा LNG IUD देखिले, the validity varies from 3 years, 5 years up to 10 years. 10 वर्ष पर्यंत भी you can use. It is up to the choice of the parents or choice of the couples. ताका choice ऊपर depend करछि. So it is totally a social effect. आपनकर पिला दरकार अछि कि नाही, that depends on you. So similarly, eta jemti implant hela, similar way shots are available. Shots are nothing, injections. Say progestin injection ta females are taking in regular interval. The process is same. Jemite intrauterine implant jemti arm re semiti 7 din jo 3 week ja use hobo, 4th week re you no need to take shots. ये जहाँ shots भी से बड़ा काम करे. Only it is implanted under the skin के ये जो implant टा, but shots are given in the buttock. Injection टा. Okay. Similar way also patches are available. Small जमती insulin रा आजिकली patch आइलानी. Skin ऊपर चिपके दबो insulin tablet खायो पड़ियोनी कि injection नबाओ पड़ियोनी. Gradually that will release insulin into your bloodstream. Similar way patch for progestins are also available, which can be used in over the skin, and it also does the same effect like your shots or implant. Hala. Apart from this, there are pills available. जोटा को pills बोली कहते basically tablets. जो malady कहते जो first pill invented in India by the CDRI, which is most effective and safe process is malady. MALAD. Malady use होतला आगुरु मु आमे छोटो बेले सुनथिले. एबे होची कि नाही, I have no idea. आपण इंडिया सर्वे कले जानि परिबे. मालाडी बोली गोटे पिल अवेलेबल थिला. ओके, सो पिल्स माने आपण माने जानले टैबलेट्स. टैबलेट्स रो इमेज कोन देखेबी? टैबलेट्स रो मोबाइल किछि इमेज नाही. ओके, हां एटी अछि देखि परिबे. ए जो गोटे इमेज देखाउछि थैंक यू पेज रे. So tablets are like this. They were marked in certain ways that people will not forget to take the tablets. सेथरे डे को दिन खाइबे कोन करिवे सबु मेंशन हेतला. Okay, so this is actually called as your tablets. अच्छा, tablets are of 2 types. कोन कोन? Okay, ए विषय रे हम टिके पढिबा, MTP टिके पढिबा लास्टली. Okay, so tablets there are 2 types. The first one, it contains progesterone as well as estrogen. Progesterone estrogen ro combined pills tak kaje. Combined pills, what if you take combined pills, it will delay the pregnancy by delaying ovulation. Ovulation को delay कर दो. Ovulation तो हबनी, fertilization कौन हबो? And the ovulation time can be निरंजन सर कॉल कर बार बार कौन थी काम service to good as a volunteer means. Okay, anyway, so what I was telling you, there are pills available. Pills are two types. One is micro pills, one is pill. Pill jota normally pill kocha ba tablets kochandi. Setre generally two types of hormones in combination present. One is progesterone, one is estrogen. Okay, they actually delay the pregnancy by delaying the ovulation process. Okay, they also give certain changes in the body. Likewise, your intrauterine hormonal device, they make the cervical fluid thicker. They also what they do, they also the endometrium also become thinner, which will not sustain the implant, that not sustain the that means the fertilized zygote will not get implanted into the endometrium. Okay, by this way they have also different side effects, but one thing you have to remember, and that may help you to prepare an MCQ, is that the first pill which was designed indigenously in India by the Maladi, which is prepared by the CDRI, Central Drug Research Institute. Okay, that is one thing. Then I also told you about the micro pills. These micro pills, they do not contain estrogen. They only contain estrogen, because there are certain females, they have certain complications. They will not able to take this estrogen and progesterone simultaneously in combination. There are other aspects associated with, if you are suffering from a cervical cancer or other hormonal issues related to your thyroid, you will not able to take those drugs. Okay, that is one thing. So this is about the hormonal pills. So next, let's see the last thing which I want to discuss is your termination of pregnancy, or you can say that medical termination of pregnancy. That is important. So when to terminate pregnancy, that is actually decided by our government. Definitely in case of social aspect, that is your choice when you will become mother or when you want to have a child or not. But what happened in a country like India, it is really becomes break. So what happens? This is a chart which I have taken simply from the website. This actually explained in 1971, this MTP Act introduced worldwide. It is not about India. It is introduced worldwide, and WHO recommended this one. A committee has approved this. Under this act, the age group has fixed. That means the pregnancy period has been fixed. That means up to 12 weeks you can have an abortion. But problem is that always it is advised to consult a doctor. Okay, in 2020 it is recently amended that no, up to 12 weeks is the minimum one. Above 12 weeks you will be condemned with court by law. Okay, you cannot have a abortion. So just go through this chart. This is very important. So I'm just reading it out. You also try to correlate it. Up to 12 weeks in the act, it has been given that a doctor advice is necessary. In the new amendment bill, it is also the same. Up to 12 to 20 weeks, same. But listen carefully. 20 to 24 week, as per Act 1971, it is not at all allowed to have an abortion. That means medical termination. But recently, 2020, due to certain protest and various other aspects, that has been modified. It has been allowed that two doctors, or not a single doctor. If a single doctor, previously what happened is one doctor will certify, yes, he has some necessities and he will able to terminate his or her pregnancy. Mane parent kotha pai mu he use korchi. But what happened? The single doctor may get influenced by certain other factors which could not be discussed here. So that's why two opinions were taken into consideration. So two doctors, if recommend a pregnant woman for medical termination of pregnancy after 24 weeks, then only it will be allowed. So till now we have covered population, then we covered what is actually medical reproductive health aspects. Then we studied about what are the contraceptives method, natural methods, hormonal methods, chemical methods, other barriers associated with. Now let's see what are the WHO recommendation about the sexual transmitted infection or sexual transmitted diseases. Okay, so this is simply a recommendation by World Health Organization. You can see through this, more than 1 million sexually transmitted infections or STIs are acquired every day worldwide. So this is not a small thing. Try to realize what are the problems associated with STIs. Okay, so each year there are an estimation of 376 million new infections with 1 to 4 STIs. 1 to 4 STIs means I'm telling about the types of infection, that is chlamydia, gonorrhea, syphilis, and trichomonas. So WHO is mentioning this disease means that means it is still a problem worldwide and it needs to be addressed. Okay, next one, more than 500 million people are estimated to have genital infection with herpes simplex virus. See, if people are getting genital infection with herpes simplex virus means they are having unprotected sex and still people are uneducated and not aware about their reproductive life or reproductive health issues. Okay, so more than 290 million women have human papilloma virus infection. These are the statistics. So the aspect is that STIs such as HPV, HIV, gonorrhea, whatever, that means bacterial, viral or fungal infection, whatever we are talking about, people need to get still aware about all these things. And most important thing behind is that आपण माने टिके भी जानि थांतु जेहेतु आपण माने टीचर होबा को जाउछन्ती गोटे गोटे जिंस जानि थांतु एटा व्हिच इज वेरी मच इंपोर्टेंट जे why these diseases are not get cured. Major factor behind this is that multi-drug resistance or MDR. Nowadays the popular term is MDR. What is this multi-drug resistance? These microorganisms day by day getting resistant against the conventional drugs. Conventional, not only conventional drugs, but also the combinatorial drugs. That means, suppose apanku thanda dharchi, you are taking certain antibiotics. Is it right way to take antibiotic? Do you know when to take antibiotic? आपण माने निजे जाउछन्ती किनि दउछन्ती खाइ दउछन्ती बा certain health physicians, they are also unnecessarily recommending you multiple antibiotics. You are taking antibiotics, no problem. You are also getting cure, it is fine. But the microorganisms which are sustaining or which are living in and around you, they are gradually getting resistant. That means their genetic modification is also taking place. So which ultimately leads to the change in their behavioral pattern. Response towards the drug. Multi-drug resistance एतिकी जानि थांतु जे जेते प्रकार ड्रग यूज होची से माने डे बाय डे से ड्रग प्रति रेजिस्टेंट हे जाउछन बा से माने मरुनांती बा इफेक्ट होनांती and they modify themselves in a certain way that they get another way to infect you or infect with the human beings. So ultimately we are getting disease. So it is very difficult for us to cure. So this multi-drug resistance is one of the important aspect and problem associated with reproductive health aspects. ए गोटे डायग्राम आपन खाली कहि दउची जे ए जो medical termination of pregnancy आपन कहि जाउतला, it is not only about abortion, it is also another a term का आउट also associated with जो irreversible birth control by irreversible contraceptives. So you can see in the diagram जो vasectomy हेची बा tubectomy हेची, it is cut and tied. It is a permanent method of birth control or contraceptive method. Ethire you will hardly have a chance to have a baby. How no have a chance. But tubal ligation is another method where whether the fallopian tube or vas difference, they are not cut at all. They were tied. That means knot and tied. That means if at certain stage, if you want to have a baby, you can untie those knots and your sex organ will function naturally. But generally physicians do not recommend these kind of steps because they are very risky and associated with multiple accessory factors, and ultimately you may lose your potency to have a child. Okay. Thank you. We will go to certain objective questions. Rapidly we will discuss. I have arranged 50 questions for you. Sir, objective question discuss କରିବା ଦରକାର। ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଦେଇଦେବି। ହଁ sir ରଖିଦେବି। So that we will give it to this student. Okay, what sir told, whatever I am giving you this slide along with the objective question, 50 objective questions I have arranged, and it will definitely help you to prepare questions. So it will be also circulated you as per sir schedule. तो आपण मानक दे दिया जीवो सेते किछ प्रॉब्लम न, बट स्टिल लेट्स डिस्कस again. The very easy questions, as we have already covered the subject. Okay, one term I forget, infertility. आमी तार इश्यू टा को सॉल्व कर सालेनी, बट इनफर्टिलिटी विषय रे आपण मानक कहन। Infertility is nothing, you can say that problem in having a baby or offsprings due to the complications associated with reproductive health, whether it is related to any kind of pathogen, physical or physiological problems. Okay, the ultimately not having a baby, that does not mean infertility. The problems in your physiological condition, mental condition, whatever it may be, is called infertility. And there are two types, simply reversible and irreversible भी आपण कहि परिबे। Okay, ताले चलो डिस्कस करबा ऑब्जेक्टिव क्वेश्चंस। Which of the following is a ART? First of all, ART कोन?
Assisted reproductive technology.
Very good. माने मु सक्सेसफुल आपण
B and C.
ताले यार आंसर कोन हबो टे कहले?
D, both B and C. C and C.
हां?
Both B and C.
Okay, very good. Both B and C. So gift and gift. Sorry. The techniques called gamete intrafallopian transfer is recommended for those females. It is a tricky question. Answer दियंतु। Okay, मु आउट के भी एक्सप्लेन कर दोची। गिफ्ट रे जनरली लोक माने भावନ୍ତି कोन, जेहेतु एटा फैलोपियन ट्यूब ट्रांसफर हुए, लोक माने भावନ୍ତି who cannot provide suitable environment for fertilization. It is not the case actually. Fallopian tube जते ब्लॉक ही जाय था, so ovum will not pass to the fallopian tube. Very good. Who cannot produce an ovum? बा बुझी जंदे आपण ताले, very good. Next, which method can be used for women that cannot produce ovum but can provide suitable environment?
ICSI.
Okay. Okay.
GIFT.
Gift habo.
Gift.
Which of these can be used to cure infertility in couple where male partner has very low sperm count? अच्छा मुझे मने पके दोस्त ताले
Insemination.
AI technique. AI.
Intrauterine insemination.
Very good. Intrauterine insemination किए कहले?
संगीता।
Very good. अरे मु बुझेली ना, जतबे sperm count कम हबो, you have to collect the sperm, you have to wash it, concentrate it, and then you have to inoculate or introduce intrauterine. So intrauterine insemination will be the answer. Okay. The method of directly injecting sperm into the ovum is in ART is called
ICSI.
Very good.
ICSI.
Increased IMR and decreased MMR in a population will infant mortality rate बढ़ी जाउची, maternal mortality rate कमी जाउची, कौन हबो?
These result in an explosive population.
आगे पढ़न दो।
Rapid increase in
Decline growth. Good. B, sir.
D.
A, sir. A.
B, sir.
देखो result in decline in growth rate.
A, the rapid increase in growth rate. A,
Very good.
A answer.
Explosion
Increase
kahi
the
ka
growth rate, sir.
explosion kahi ka body para increased IMR means increased
Infant
infant
Sir, D
mortality
habo,
rate.
result in decline in growth rate habo.
Very good. Intensely lactating mother do not generally conceive due to
sir disuni
hmm?
disuni
B, sir, hypersecretion of gonadotropins.
A, suppression of gonadotropins. आपण କହିଛି जे
Suppression of
the intense lactating mother produce prolactin which has inhibitory effect on gonadotropin, both follicle stimulating hormone and luteinizing hormone. Okay, ते बुझेली ovulation हेई परिवनी आपण मानकर जो ताले fertilization केंती हबो. ओके ताले conceive काई करियो first 6 months जोटा कहली lactating amenorrhea. Okay, next question. A national level approach to build up a reproductively healthy society was taken in our country in
1950.
exact year का नहीं, but you can guess.
1990s.
1950.
कहली नहीं family planning program
1950.
1950, sir.
1951 में start हला, so 50s. Emergency contraceptives are effective if used within
72 hours of coitus.
72 hours.
very good.
72 hours of
coitus.
आपण जाने के बड़े कहितले ovulation.
Na.
Okay, it's not about ovulation, it's about coitus. It's a precautionary measure. You have to take it. You don't know when you are going to ovulate because it's a period. What I call abstinence period, 10 to 17 days. Okay, from the sexually transmitted disease mentioned below, identify the one which does not specially affect the sex organs.
AIDS sir.
AIDS, sir.
AIDS.
AIDS.
Very good. AIDS je baki syphilis, gonorrhea, genital warts, they have a morphological effect also. किंतु AIDS ले जानु आपण जानि परिये कि condoms are one of the most popular contraceptive because of the following reason. Effective barrier, they do not interfere with coital act.
Sir, C.
All the
Sir, C sir, these help in the reducing the risk of STDs.
Okay, let's see. All of the above. These are effective barrier. Yes, they do not interfere with coital. If condoms will interfere with coital act, आपण ने use करिवे केही भी socially set acceptable हबो, that will create a problem. This help in reducing the risk of STD. मु आपण कहितली as compared to female condom, male condom has a better effect in controlling STDs. Okay, the correct surgical procedure as a contraceptive method is ovarectomy, hysterectomy, vasectomy, castration. So कुछ correct surgical procedure as a contraceptive method is
Vasectomy, sir.
Vasectomy.
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 okay, vasectomy. RCH, reproductive child health, stands. Oh, sorry. sorry. मैं कही देली full form. Okay. Then amniocentesis. Yes, this is one of the technique. This is one of the technique which is nowadays used to determine not only the health of a child. Health means the genetical disorders associated with the child, but the misuse is that people used to know the sex of the child.
All of this.
Determine hereditary disease.
Determine any hereditary genetic abnormality in embryo.
Determines error in amino acid metabolism in embryo. All of the above, sir. Wrong.
All the above, sir.
All of the above.
All of the above. Change कर दो सारे टा सर्कुलेट करियो ना. Sir,
D all of these.
हाँ D कर दो खाली ओके चलो okay which of the following cannot be detected in a developing fetus by amniocentesis jaundice down syndrome cystic fibrosis color blindness कोटा detect हेई परिवन
Color blindness.
Jaundice.
jaundice very good अरे color blindness X linked एटा hereditary problem टा जना पड़िबो in which of the following weeks of the pregnancy CBS is done
Yes, concern.
Yes.
8 to 10 weeks cause for increased population growth in India are or is 2-3 सेकंड रे स्किप करिया
All
कारण हम
of
जानि
these,
समस्त
sir.
आपण रिकॉल करि परना
All of this.
All of these. All of
Okay.
these.
Which of the following pairs contributes to an increase in population
natality and immigration.
natality and immigration very good which of the following is correct regarding the consequence of lower population
All of these.
population low hele kono all of this
All
the
of
best way to decrease population of a country is
to educate the people to kill people.
to kill people
To educate the people.
Educate the people.
practice and implementary family planning 1947 से आगे पे तो पढ़े आरंभ करता था लोगों को फर्स्ट कहीं से 1951 में स्टार्ट कर देले फैमिली प्लानिंग प्रोग्राम yes definitely educating people is important which of the following correctly describe the measures that can be used to control overpopulation which of the following is not characteristics of an ideal contraceptive eta देखो एटा important user friendly irreversibly easily available least side effect not पचास not the irreversible जदि हबो आपण जदि फ्यूचर रे प्लान करिवे पुनी बेबी पई कोन करिवे which of the following is correct regarding HIV hepatitis B gonorrhea and trichomoniasis ଭଲ ଠିक आंसर न
एटा के देला सर
yes sir NCERT आंसर कोन दा कोइ which of the following is correct regarding HIV hepatitis B gonorrhea trichomoniasis so कुछ correct
Sir,
basically why na this is a viral pathogen others are
Gonorrhea
called
is a
disease
viral
HIV is not a disease HIV is a syndrome okay and people die because of not only HIV but due to their decrease in immunity leads to other types of disease set point ताको कोजेची गोटे pathogen whereas others are disease which of the following groups include sexually transmitted disease caused by bacterial only ना बैक्टीरियल गुडा काढिबो अलगा करिवो हला ओके सो आपण देखिए धीरे धीरे confirmatory test for STD is
Like all of these.
all of this
All of these.
all of
आपण जानिचंती ELISA कोन PCR कोन DNA hybridization कोन
Like
enzyme linked immunosorbent ase PCR हला polymerase chain reaction DNA hybridization is one of the probe is used to detect the DNA एगुडा आपण definitely घरे टिके टिके पढिबे न स्वाम केंती पढिबे hepatitis B is transmitted through
all of these.
okay very good ताले ए भला किछि किछि क्वेश्चन अछि सर माउ स्किप करूची एगुडा तो आपण डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दिया जिवो and Subhash sir is very much knowledgeable person. Jodi kichi problem hela, and his specialized subject is this, sir, right? Biochemistry, molecular biology, along with associated with in vitro fertilization, right?
Immunology, toxicology.
Sir को immunology, toxicology सब किसी जाना. So it is, but एटा मु चाहूँ आपन उन्हें question करेगा. What is the figure given below showing in particular?
Tubectomy.
Very good.
Tubectomy.
Tubectomy.
तार आपण माने क्लास रे किछि बेनिफिट पाइले जदि किछि फीडबैक दबा को चाहछन्ती सर अछन्ती एटी देई पारि. Okay, so these are devices. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Question so
Yes, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you. रखी देबे आपण.